참치면 어떠하리 광어면 어떠하리 삼치면 어떠하리 상어면 어떠하리 내 낚싯대를 물어줘 그때 마침 참치 내게 형형 나 좀 데려가요 참치
Hello. Hello. Hi, Jargon. Thank you for 23 months. Or tier 3 even. That's almost 2 years. Do I have badges up to 2 years? I have no idea, actually. Also, hi, Mau Mau. Welcome. And Pocahontas. Hello. How is everybody? Sorry, I reinstalled my PC. That's why I didn't stream on Saturday like I was supposed to, and then proceeded to not stream on Sunday either. Because I broke everything. So I don't know if everything's working. I know I definitely broke some things in my OBS, and I haven't quite yet figured out how to fix them yet. But let's just see if this works. Oh! Yes, she's working. Hi, Shani. Alright. Yeah. We're doing Genshin stuff today. I didn't open my game before because, I don't know if I have a valid excuse for this actually now that I think about it. Oh, because the power was off when I was setting up stream, but then my drivers needed to be updated and I was like, well, fine, I didn't want to play this game anyway. So, I just took a while to start things up after the updates. The model's being very blinky today again, but it's okay. I don't know why it's doing that. Like, I have big eyes. It should be easy to track my eyes. I'm not sitting in the dark. Well, not really, at least. Just logging into my game quick. I don't know. I know I had to change the sound. I had to change the audio. I had to download the audio files again. So I downloaded the Japanese one the other day. I didn't play any Genshin yesterday. I logged in for Welkin, that was it. I was like, fuck it, I'm tired. I was like, no, I'm good. This is okay. Nine months, 23 days, damn. I'm winking at you again? Yeah, I'm not trying to, I promise. How are you doing, Pocahontas? Why are you chunkler? You wanna chase me with a slipper? Thank you for the lurkies, Johnny. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this bitch running. Okay. Game logged in, but game sound very low. No, I think it's fine, actually. Yeah. It's just the... Hold on. The soundtrack that I have playing is very loud. Okay. Game is fine. But where is game? Is it doing this shit again? Where it's like, ooh, I can't see this. Every time. Give me peace, man. Why? Why? It's not OBS. We know it's Genshin that's the issue. We know it's Genshin. There's no other game that does this. Oh my goodness. Yes, I can hear you, Paimon. Relax, girly. You can't hear anything, but you wanted to say hi? You can't hear anything? You can't hear me? Hello, Trixie. I wanted to say hi, Trixie, and I was like, no, wait, but your name is Hello. Hi, hello, Trixie. Okay. Today, I've done nothing in the Windbloom thing. I didn't play yesterday. Thank you for the hearts. Hey, Spawn. You coming in here rootin' and tootin' your booty? Borderless 1080, right? Please. Please. I've been having the same problem, but doing the windowed mode doesn't help. Read through a bunch of forums and they said run OBS as an admin. I think I used to have that, to be honest. And it didn't work. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll work for you. I'm doing good, Luna. How are you? You said you can't hear me, though. So, I don't know.
Hello, motherfucker.
How are you? Kind of annoyed. I'm still suffering with a lot of jaw pain, so that kind of sucks. But you know, just hanging in there at the moment. How about you, beautiful? How was the rest of your stream? I think, oh my god, yuck. I have a lot, you guys can't see them because the chat's covering it, but there's a lot of messages there. Blech. Anyway, let me go do my dailies first. Get that done, because Lord knows I'm going to forget otherwise. Also, hello, motherfucker. Hi, Sean. How are you doing? Oh, thank you, Spawn. I honestly, like, oh man. I don't know what's causing it. Like, I'm not stressed. I have no reason to be struggling the way I am. But yeah, it's starting to make me feel a little loco cocos at the moment. Because, like, it's just, like, constantly... You know, like when you have, like, a pulled muscle? It feels like that. And it's just constant. So, like... The only time I can make it stop... Does this sound fine? It's not too loud, right? Oh! That was it? Okay, cool. So, like, yeah, it's kind of painful. It's just constant. The sound is good, thank you. Ivy dragged you out of the house. You're in New Mexico! What the heck? When you're sleeping at night and that leg muscle pulls. So for me, it's not the leg. I've been struggling with, like, clenching my jaw lately. And so it has that same feeling, that same pain of, like, muscle spasm. Like, in my jaw. It's really fucking painful and it's tiring because I've tried so many things to try and stop it from being sore and I just can't figure out what it is. Everything online says, you're stressed out. Relax. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. I am relaxed. Can't you tell? Get an x-ray. Your orthodontist missed 2 teeth at the back? Oh my god. I mean, I don't think I have any issues with the teeth. It's like literally the muscle, so it's like the underside of my jaw. Like under my tongue, basically. And the oops. And where the jaw hinges, that's where it's most painful. I'm just like, whoa! Jesus Christ on a cracker. Feeling that in the back of my throat. That was loud. Holy shit. I feel like it just reverbed through my skull. The double chin. Oh man. I have triple chin, quadruple chin. Not as a VTuber though. Haha. Can avoid the multiple chins, boy. How are you, Dan? I'm glad you're looking very jovial. Are you feeling any better today? Hi, Danny! Sending loves to you as well. Perks of YouTubing? Exactly. Y'all only get to see one virtual chin. Spawn, why are you like this? Come on, man. I did owe you one though, to be fair. So it's fine. I know you do. I know you do. It's fine, because I love you too. Alright. Better than Saturday, that's good. Alright. Daily. You said you did your dailies. Spawn, that's good. Please tell us how you got into Genshin Impact. Oh. Okay, I'll tell you now. Just let me fight this big boy. Boop. Bam, bitch. So I got into Genshin. This was like, I think... I'm trying to remember the timeline. I can't remember exactly when. But basically, I started like a couple weeks after it was released. And the reason why I started playing it was because I was bored of WoW. Or like not interested in WoW. And hours. But like, I was over WoW. I was bored. I was not interested. I can't remember exactly. But like, I kept seeing adverts for Genshin Impact. And it had Venti. If you don't know Venti. This boy over here is Venti. And I kept seeing adverts with him in it. And I was like, what is this shit? She's adorable. I wanna cosplay her. I love her hair. Her outfit's very cute. Little did I know, Venti's a boy. Not that that would stop me from cosplaying. But it's a lot harder when you've got massive hips. Anyway. Venti's the reason I started playing Genshin. Because I thought he was a cute girl. And I was like, hell yeah, cute girl character. Nope. It's fine, he's still cute. He's just a boy. Anyway. I got hooked. And that's the end of the story. I got catfished, man. I got catfished by the god himself. He's still a cute boy, he is. 2 years later, he's still not home. Yeah, I gave up on him. I threw him away. I was like, no, I don't want you no more. You're not a cute girl. I want cute girls only. And maybe some mans. No, I'm joking. Why is my model lagging? She's very laggy. He's also a drunk. He is a drunk. If that's not enough of a reason to skip him. It's very laggy, what the fuck? Okay, shh. You're talking a lot. Jesus Christ. The hell's happening? She's still very laggy, I don't know why. Are my settings broken in Genshin maybe? Did all of this get reset? Oh god, it's all on high. No wonder. I'm gonna just set it to medium and see. Hopefully that makes some difference. Should be on max. No, my computer will explode. It will explode. It will take off, in fact. There's so many fans in there. It's like multiple helicopters going off right now. Try not to refer to Venti as a vintage iced tea twink. I can't remember what the settings were on, but they are struggling. Why does it say default when it wasn't on that? Okay, it seems better now. I do want to upgrade and get a better GPU. So I have a little dono goal up at the moment. If anybody wants to help out. Cause yeah, the timing is really shit, seeing as we have to move to Cape Town in like 2 months? Kinda 3 months. Yeah, it's at the end of May. Where is this guy? Oh, he didn't move. I'm so glad. Yes, Spawn! I'm back! I can be loud again! I always pick up way more boards than I need. Because I don't ever pay attention to the quest. Are you by any chance going to Ultra this week? What is Ultra? Does it require leaving the house? Because I don't do that. We don't do that here. We don't leave the house. Music festival.
Gender fluid then he donated $25. If they have a GPU that runs on farts, you'd have the strongest PC in the galaxy.
What the heck, man? Gender fluid venti, thank you. Oh my goodness. I don't know why gender fluid venti has any knowledge on my farting habits, but thank you. Yeah, I don't leave the house though, Spawn. And my interest in music is very limited, as a couple of people here would tell you. Where the fuck are these crocodiles? Fucking ass. Because I have this quest that's now popped up. And now I can't see where it is. Because it's like one of those limited time offer, whatever they're called. I like the beats. Yeah. Beats is my jam. Cape Town does feel like a better place than Johannesburg. Yeah. I'm kind of excited to move back to the coast though, because I grew up in PE. So I think it'll be nice. Ray and I are considering taking up surfing. I don't know how that's gonna go for me, who has like no balance, but we're gonna fucking try. We'll see how it goes. Have you watched any movies the last week? I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've watched anything the last week. Because my jaw is like so sore, I don't want to do anything. So like, I just space out a lot of the time. You know, like stare at the wall and shit. My game is like, new! And I'm like, no, I just reinstalled you, boo-boo. Our friend from the UK is down in Johannesburg. He wants to go. So we were bullied into going. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So sorry for your affliction. Yeah, I don't leave the house much at all, ever, really. You know, just after COVID, I just got used to, like, I was a homebody already, but I got even more of a homebody, like, over the last 3 years. So, like, yeah. I think the last time... I'm not... Okay, this is gonna contradict everything that I've just said. The last time that I left the house... It was last month? I think? I'm pretty sure it was last month. I went to go watch the BTS... concert in the cinema. So not only does that count as music, but a movie as well. So yeah, that was the last time I left the house. Besides visiting family, because that's basically the only reason I leave the house these days. I actually need to see Mao and the Gremlins again, because I feel like I haven't seen them in such a long time. I know they had plans to shoot something. Was it Demon Slayer, I think? Pain ruins any experience, definitely. Cupcake! You're gonna be so tired after standing all stream? Nah, it's fine. These are actually, I just have really long, thin butt cheeks on this model. So I'm actually sitting on my butt cheeks. No. Anyway, Hi, Nympho. How are you? Hi, Hooded. Not me traumatizing jargon. It's fine. Why are you laughing like an evil villain? Because I just said something really fucking demented. And I'm hoping no one was listening. Oh, I'm gonna cry. What? And now? The model's gone to sleep.
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
The model's broken. What the fuck? Do I just make her really big? We'll have like a fucking giant head over here. There we go, then you don't have to worry about it. You can just pretend that I'm sitting. Technically, none of my models sit. All of them stand. Not a single one sits. They all stand. Cute, cute. It's just that you can see this one's feeties. I don't know why this model's so jumpy though. I maybe need to change like the blink sensitivity or something. Because it's like if I look down, she closes her eyes. So when I blink, it blinks, but if I look down as well, it also blinks. And I'm just like, relax. I'm not blinking that much. I have to give it crazy eyes if I want my eyes to stay open, apparently. Okay. How was BTS at the cinema? Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I had some really annoying bitch who kept kicking the back of my chair. So I hope the next box of popcorn she has got a bug in it. And I hope she eats it. But for those who are asking, I'm okay. It's just like, I'm in a bit of pain. It's not like, I don't know how to explain. Like I've strained a muscle or something somehow. I don't know how. But I've been clenching my jaw a lot. And so like the muscles of my face really hurt. Eating is a chore. Talking is also a bit of a chore. I'm considering switching off from this model actually. Because the winking is irritating me. I might have to go fiddle with the settings for it. So that it fucking relaxes its shit. Your jaw cramps if you yawn too hard? Does it like pop out or? Because I get that. My jaw pops. And I'm just like, bro, relax. None of that, please. I kind of had to remake everything because I didn't save my shit, so... Boop! She looks a little different. And you know what? I could not figure out what I changed. So... I tried. I fiddled with all the settings and I was like, well, how did I make her look the way she looked last time? And I just can't get it. I can't get it back to that. So now she looks like a total stranger. Did you change the eyes? On the chibi one or on this one? Hate it when you have people doing that. Yeah, it's so annoying, Danny. And like, at the end, I just got absolutely fucking fed up. The last time she grabbed on the back of my chair, I smacked it really hard. So that she would look at me. And I was like, stop doing that. It fucking annoyed the shit out of me. You don't pay for the seat in front of you. It's not your footrest. It's not for you to grab, to push, to do anything to. You have your own chair. Grab your own fucking chair. I was so irritated with her. Fucking... She didn't do it again. To be fair, it was the end, so maybe she didn't have time to be a pain in the ass. But, you know. I was very irritated. Like, don't. And she wasn't even a child. She was like an adult-sized person. So like, fucking no excuse. Don't kick my fucking chair. Don't grab my fucking chair. Do not perceive my fucking chair. The only chair that matters to you is the chair that you are sitting on. Anyway. The Mullah was done with my shit, kind of, Cupcake. That one for some reason is just very sensitive on eye winks and blinks and stuff. So yeah. Oh, the chibi one? Yeah, the chibi one just... It was like that the first few times I used it as well. The eyes were very sensitive. I don't know why. The muscle on the bottom of the jaw, under the tongue. Oh, you also get that? Okay, I don't think I've ever... I don't think I've ever had that. But that's basically what this feels like. It's like that muscle under my tongue, but then also the... where the jaw connects, the hinge joint. It just feels like I've hurt myself somehow and I have no idea how, so that really sucks. Used to get cramps for licking ice cream? Damn, Danny, what are you doing to the ice cream? Never sticks around. It's been a while looking at the sky and sticking my tongue out and it helps. Jargon, what the— how did you figure that out? What— how did you figure that out? What a weird sequence of actions to do to fix something that maybe doesn't happen very often. Doing something that felt like it pulled on their muscle? I mean... Sure, okay. Okay, well, I'll try that. I'm not gonna do it now, though. It's something I haven't tried. And honestly, I've tried a lot of things this week, so... Yeah, what is it? Yesterday, I was sitting with a hot water bottle against my face. Wait till you have face cam and try it? Nay, bro. The people gonna clip that out of context. You mad? But yeah, it's that muscle, but it's also the joint. And I don't know what I did. Everything online says, oh, you're stressed out. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm not stressed about nothing. That's cute. Whoops. Do I have this recipe? Pretty sure I would. Seems simple. Whose birthday was this? Oh wait, this is Yaya's, right? Oh. This is Yaya's birthday, yeah. Is that her specialty? Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh shit, I missed the message. You gonna go work? Your back is so fucked. What have you done, Hooded? What did you do to your back? My grandma used to tell me to do that to help with double chin. Did it help? To help give you one or to get rid of one? That's crucial information that I need for reasons. You don't think it helped? Thanks, Grandma! Ice cream from the cone? Ah, lactose intolerance. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Is there not like any ice cream that you could have that's like, I don't know. Honestly, I've never looked personally because it's not something that I have an issue with, but like, is there not some kind of ice cream that's lactose free? I know that Ray's sister is not very lactose intolerant. I mean, she suffers. She'll suffer for some things, but like coffee and stuff, she has to have special milk, and so often, like, her dad hasn't quite gotten used to it yet, so sometimes he'll make her coffee with normal milk, and then he has to throw it out. But, yeah. It's quite tricky to deal with. Alright, what do I need to do? I'm quite behind on just life in general, yeah, because I decided to wipe out my PC. I have to do these 3 starting quests, and then I can probably do a couple of these things. And then... this was the event that I was busy with. But here's also the quests that I can do. Alright. She wanted you to have a Giga Chad jaw. Yeah, I look like that pug. Cupcake. The thing about like seeing people in person means that you can like get away with that kind of stuff, because unless they're like recording you, even if you do have a double chin and they see it for a moment, they're probably not even paying attention to like enough to see it. But when it's a recording, when it's a video, they can like see you. They can perceive you, all of you. Pause and perceive your 3 chins. Like, nah, no thank you. So you have to be really conscious when you're on camera to not like stick your head back and give yourself multiple chins. I did that. What was I doing? Oh, it was the... oh, I went out for dinner with family like last week. And I was wearing one of my opossum shirts. And the family was like, oh, we love your shirt. It's really cute. Not me. Look straight down. My chins come out. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. And I'm just like, bro, can you not do that? I only realized later. What I had done. And I was like, I hope they were looking at the shirt and not at my 4 chins emerging. Anyway. They are lactose-free ice creams. They aren't the same. Oh man. You suffer from wanted ice water? I know people like to drink cold water. I don't, to be fair. I don't really like cold stuff in general. Well, cold drinks, cold food. But I've been told that drinking room temperature or slightly warmer than room temperature water is better for you. So, I don't know. That's just what I was told. You only have a double chin when you... oh! Oh, yeah, yeah. That's what I have to do as well, Cupcake. If you, like, squish your head back. Or, like, look down. Oh, one thing. I see, I see. Cold water? No! Dan, you live in the fucking snow, man. Just eat the ice at this point. Like, go outside, scoop up some of the snow, grab some ice off the... do you have gutters? Grab some icicles off the gutters, and there you got your drink. Y'all mad as shit. Anyway. Cold water is mid. Yeah, I don't like super cold. Warm water is bottom tier. You're bottom tier, Joggin. The fuck? Ray watched me drink. It wasn't boiling water, but it was like hot water. Like the kettle had boiled a while ago, so I poured myself some water and I drank the water. And he's like, "Why are you drinking that?" I was like, "I don't want to drink the fridge water. It's too cold." Chilled water is where it's at. I don't know, man. I don't like. I'm not keen. I say all this while drinking an energy drink. Where the frick frack knick knack tic tac paddywhack am I meant to go? Until 2 days late. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hate this mechanic. Please remove this. If anyone from MiHoYo is here, please remove this. I'm so tired of it. Warm water belongs in water bottles. This is also true. I was using a hot water bottle yesterday for my jaw to see if that would help. It didn't. It felt good though. You have to put on pants for a video meeting? Oh no. Why wear pants though? Oh, my head pad's not working. Let me just suspend. Where's my browser? Oh. Let me just suspend these, or pause them, whatever the fuck it's called. Just because I had to reinstall everything. It's different, Tato? Yeah. Because the other one was irritating me. Don't you need the top half? Yeah, but what if he accidentally stands up, Dan? Then you're gonna flash his junk to everyone? Ew. Where would this be? Dashboard. Why would he do that? He has a cat that regularly empties its stomach in the wrong direction in his room. Yeah. A site that will haunt people for their until their dying days. Exactly. Hi, Stitz. How are you? No onigiris, and no throwing, and no head pats. I think that's it. I did get a hydrate earlier, but honestly, I'm gonna be really real with you guys for a second. I say for a second, definitely the entire time. I will be hydrating with my energy drink and possibly alcohol later because it's been a long week. And it's Monday. We'll see. And typically energy drink and alcohol is not a good combo, but you know, when have I been known for making good choices? No throwing things, yes. I need peace tonight, you know. You've been better? Oh, sorry, Stitch. Has it been a bit of a stinky day? I'm worried I'll have to stand up for some reason. No idea what the reason might be, but just in case. Oh, Jargon, I was telling them about Ninja throwing up. I didn't quite use those words, but you know. The audacity. No audacities on Mondays. Cupcake, no audacities. Jaeger bomb slaps? You mean cough syrup and energy drink? You have weird taste, Cupcake, but sure. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a day as well, Stitch. That's why I'm threatening alcohol. I don't remember the last time I actually drank. It must have been the last time I had like a drunk stream. I don't remember when that was. But in any case, may or may not have a drink tonight. We'll see. You never got cough syrup as a kid, so you like Jaeger. You weren't scarred as a child? Fair. Ninja is a fuck, yeah, but he's a cute fuck. He's a very cute fuck. Also, I don't know if you guys can tell that this model is slightly different. But she has changed a bit. Hey, Lily! Lily, I have a question for you. Don't take offense to the question I'm about to ask. But I need to know. Did you choose the color of your name? Oh no? What do you mean, oh no? Why you say oh no, Jargon? What could be oh no? What could I say that would elicit that response of you saying oh no? You made pies from scratch? Oh hell yeah! You decided to pop a few in the air fryer? Only thing is that I mixed my pies up, so I have no idea what pies I'm eating. So it's like a lucky packet? You got lucky packet pies? That's kind of nice. When you tell someone not to take offense. No, so you see, my question was going to be, Lily, why is your name Baby Poo Green? But I first wanted to ask if she purposefully chose baby poo green or if that's just it got randomed or something. So I wasn't gonna say her name was baby poo green until I knew it was safe to do so. You know? I love you, Lily. But your name looks wrong in that color. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lily. It is baby poo green though. Have you seen baby poo? If not, just take a look at your name. I'm sorry. No. No, but for realsies, did you choose that color or... I'm sorry to hear that, Lily. I don't think I've seen baby poo in a very long time. Okay, my face hurts, goddamn. Oh right, I was waiting until 8 in the morning. Did the baby poo choose you, Lily? Did the baby poo choose you? You changed it back. It seems to have not changed back. Oh no, Lily, you're stuck on baby poo forever now. Which is a horrible sentence to say out loud, but here we are. Okay, yeah. We promised something. We promised we'd meet someone here. Or something. As someone who has changed many, many diapers, you're accurate. Okay, wait. I just wanna... Noom quickly. I'm just like staring at my model from across the room and it looked really fucking weird. Justice for Lily. Baby poo for Lily. I mean, green for Lily. Jargon, yours is a slight shade different from Lily's. I think it's got less red than Lily's. Oh, okay, Lily pink again. Okay. You guys have way too much fun changing your fucking name colors here. Trying to bamboozle me. I would not have noticed Jargon's name. I would have like tuned him out as some other random person who happens to be a moderator. Some stranger I don't know is now a moderator of mine. How about now? Oh, Lily, no. Abort mission, go back. I saw so brown, girly. But this is more like... ate something bad brown rather than baby poo brown. Baby poo green, rather. We're still in the poo region. Maybe Lily likes brown. Lily, you like brown? You like poo poo color? I'm sorry. Also, Cupcake, you immediately change your name back. Your name is supposed to be purple. Imagine tuning out Jargon. Yes. Unfortunately. My brain do be like that. I used to tune out... I don't remember who it was. But someone used to have the same color as Nightbot. You know, it's like that bluish purple color. I just would never read their messages because my brain saw the color and was like, ah, yes, it's Nightbot. And it was Gonzo's. You done now, Lily? You look much better in pink. Thank you, Lily. It definitely happens sometimes. You basically are a bot. Yeah? You are? Shit. This is news to me. Or are you, Cupcake? Thank you for changing your name back. Everything is right in the world now. For like a smidgen, for like a sneeze in time, all the colors were wrong. And I was very uncomfortable. Twitter dead for anyone else? Dan, you use Twitter? You use Twitter? My dude? My guy? Do I follow you on Twitter? Whoops. I'm maybe gonna close the 20 browser tabs that I have open. You have an account? My Twitter seems to be fine. Why have I got so many fucking notifications though? What the hell happened? What's going on? Oh. Pew, 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 pew. My Twitter seems fine. Maybe it's just you. The green on the color wheel looked better off Twitch for some reason. Oh yeah, that's very weird. They have sometimes a setting for like readable colors. So it's like you pick the color you want, but then it'll alter it slightly. Chicken and spinach and feta. Oh, that sounds amazing. I like spinach and feta. Fucking can't read. Spinach and feta is a fucking good combo. Goddamn words. Your current API plan. Oh, did they nuke the API thing? Are you using Twitter for something, Dan? So I know that you have to pay now for the API stuff. I don't know the details of it. I just know that my favorite Daily Opossum account is no longer going to be posting, probably because you have to pay for the stuff now. I don't know what it is, but you have to pay for something. You're on twitter.com. I know that they were changing something. I don't know if they went back on that or anything. I just remember that my favorite opossum account is possibly going down because of that. Because the person doesn't want to pay for it. You need to order lunch? You haven't eaten today? Well, I guess it is like lunchtime. Greek chicken wrap because chicken and feta. Ah. But you gotta have the spinach though. The spinach and feta. With the chicken. But yeah, my Twitter is fine. Everyone else's Twitter is fine. Dan's stinky Twitter is not fine. Sorry, Dan. A new Twitter error prevents users from clicking on links. Oh, I don't know what that's about. I'm not gonna lie. Remain? No. Yuck. Dan. I love that emote. Oh my god. The urge to splurge to spend all my money on food is real, but why so expensive? I mean, if you're splurging, normally you splurge on expensive things, yeah? To splurge is to spend willy-nilly. Spend more than you should. Yeah, Lily, I read something about that a while ago. Like I said, the only reason I know about it, you have to pay for it now. Something to do with the API, you have to pay for it. I think it's to stop, like, bots and automated things. Because the account that I follow, I assume it's got, like, automated posting. So, yeah. 200 Rand worth of McDonald's last week? Like, on one day, or...? It's Limine. She's got a flower that's not from this world. One evening? Holy shit, what did you buy? It's not hard to spend 200, especially if you order in. That shit's fucking expensive. I remember when I lost my mind. No, I remember when COVID started and deliveries were like really cheap. They've bumped the prices now. They've bumped the prices of everything. Deliveries are so expensive. It's only $11. What? What is my currency? Bro? Did it change again? Holy. No, it didn't change. No, it's right, Jargon. It's right. I keep forgetting that it's 18 Rand to the dollar now. Shut the bed. Anyway. That's a cool feature. It is a cool feature. Because Jargon works with doodles and I don't have a brain quick enough to do math. So, you know. One sandwich? Sandwichi? How much do you normally... If you were to buy 2 sandwiches and chicken nuggets, let's say a 10-piece chicken nuggets, how much would that cost, Jargon? In doodles. What kind of sandwich? I don't fucking know. Ask Cupcake. What sandwich did you get? Animal burger. I know, the saying sandwich is paining me. I feel wounded. Sandwich just makes it sound so boring. Cajun chicken and a Big Mac. Damn. They mostly sell burgers, but they also sell chicken sandwiches! I hate that so much. Take it back. Take it back. I don't want to hear it. I eat chicken nuggies at McDonald's anyway. Amari? My fan is not making a noise. Okay, we're good. I am schmelting. I turned on my ceiling light because it was a bit donk in here. So I have to turn my fan on. $10 nuggies? Oh, with fries? You gotta add the with fries, man. So, there's your menu, Jargon. Do y'all got Cajun burgers? Sorry, Cajun chicken sandwich. Sandwichi. What did the German baker say when he met his friend Gluten? Guten Tag. That's a good one. That's not one that I've ever heard before. I always feel bad when people tell me jokes or show me memes or videos that I've seen before. I just fake laugh because the alternative is making them sad. You subbed for the spicy chicken sandwich? Oh, that's just like a casual 400 bucks, 400 smackaroonies, basically. Goddamn. And is that with or without delivery? Because I know y'all get tax added after the fact. I hate that so much. Without? Cupcake, did you order in or? That's the dinner out at a mid-restaurant, right? 28. Oh my god. You drove there? Okay, that's a little bit better then. But now you've got petrol price and wear and tear on your car and your mental health. $40? Is it because you have to fight the polar bears to get your McDonald's, Dan? It's like an extra charge to keep it safe from the polar bears. Polar bear insurance is hella expensive. They are big. They are. The polar bears, you mean? Yeah, polar bears are pretty big. They're just big fluffy babies. You can just go up to them and give them ear rubs. They love it. They should use the bears to make the burgers. As the patty. Dan, you want to eat the polar bears, man? Bro. I need to get you evicted out of that country so you don't eat the polar bears. I love polar bears. Please don't eat them. They have enough troubles as it is. All of your farts is melting the ice, Dan. You need to stop. Jogging trying to keep a straight face. Oh my god. Just take a sip of coffee and then spit it all over your computer and be like, oh, sorry. I need to clean this up. And then just turn your camera off for a bit. Can we eat the brown bears? That's racist, man. Why are you eating the brown bears? I think, aren't brown bears pretty dangerous, though, compared to all the other bears? Like, grizzlies are some of the most dangerous ones. I think... Okay, I can't remember. Not that I have any threat of being chased by a bear anytime soon. But I think with black bears, you lay down. And brown bears, you, like, back away from them slowly. And you make yourself really small. Because the black bear will just ignore you. But the brown bear, if you run, they will chase you. And they're fucking fast. They're large, but they move fast somehow. You want a savory pie? Hell yeah. Eat the brown bears for dominance? No! Does anyone know the rules for bears? I don't have bears in my country, so... The only bears I've seen are... We had... What is it called? Was it a... I think it was either speckled, which I don't think is the right one. A spectacled bear or something. It's got like a little white patch on his chest. They're pretty small. I think they're from Asia. Polar bears are the hungriest? Oh, definitely. You should domesticate them and ride them. What, polar bears? All the bears? Listen. I wouldn't mind. Bears are hella cute. And if someone pisses you off, they can be hella scary as well. They're like a really big puppy. But with like cat claws. It's like best of both worlds. In my opinion. There was a book that I read when I was younger. I can't think of what it's called now, but they made a movie of it that wasn't that great. But there's like a race of people, like in Guild Wars 2, of like polar bears. I fucking love talking polar bears, man. Just got the quote for moving the house furniture down to Cape Town. Oh yeah? They're a huge problem in Jenny's hometown. Loads of black bears are coming to town to eat garbage because tourists are dickheads. Oh, wonderful. There's a movie called Cocaine Bear? You know what? I did see that somewhere. I can't remember where. But I have heard of that somewhere. I don't know if I saw an ad for it or something. It's out? Oh my god. It's based on a real event? Oh my god. Cocaine Bear? Casual 20k? Damn. Are you moving a lot of stuff down, Bubble? I think we're not moving. Well, we don't have that much. Compared to, like, adults, but, like... We haven't looked recently, I think. Just because it's impossible to get hold of any... Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Big look, because it's late. Yes, yes, yes. No worries, Nene. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a lovely evening. And of course, sweetest of dreams, Nene. Be good. Go get some rest. But yes, welcome, raiders. Hi, Kai. I hope you guys had fun with me. I know I was there earlier for a bit. Stinky Kai. Sassy Kai. The sassiest of sus kings. Looking at people's assets. On stream. Caught in 4K. Ain't nothing wholesome about you. He likes spanking? He do. He do. I was there for that as well. And this was just after, or was it before the link of Kai saying something about maths? I ain't gonna be saying it. He did say that, he did. It was Nay doing it? You were forced? Nah, Kai, you can't be forced to do anything. Yes, Dan. He likes maths debating. And he let all of us know. Anyway. For those peepers that are new here, welcome. Thank you to all the raiders who came through with Nay. As you can see, I am currently playing Genshin Impact. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. It's my main boom, my main slice, but I like to play all kinds of shit. Suddenly blanked on all the games that I've played ever. I play other games though. I just don't really play pew-pews, and I can't say I don't play horrors anymore because I recently finished Layers of Fear, so that was cool. But yes, Sons of the Forest. I need to get a new GPU before I can play that properly on stream because it lagged its ass off for 10 minutes. Yeah. Did I even actually load into the game? Because I don't think I did. I think that shit just did not work in the load screen. So yeah. I've forgotten what games I play, but anyway. I also do cosplay, so if you're interested in checking that out. I don't have my button for my socials anymore. What if I do this? Does that work? Oh, it works! There's a link if you guys want to check out my cosplays, because I cosplay. There's a person behind this VTuber who does cosplay. If you want to check it out. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Yeah. I think that's everything. I've forgotten how to introduce myself. Hi guys. I'm new. Hi Aura! You enjoying the Windbloom event? Check it out. Lily, is that a threat? Also Lily, when you cosplaying my wife? Waifu! Can you open your shop for a second? Eh? You still can't decide on who to cosplay? Raiden. Cause I did Miko. I need my wife. Sano's jokes are funny. Oh no. Paimon. No, cosplayer Primogem. Didn't we talk about this? I'm trying to put a cosplay together for Comic-Con. Any tips? Comic-Con is next month, right? What kind of cosplay do you want to do, Stitch? If you can give me like an idea, if there's a character that you have in mind, or... Because giving you tips is a little bit broad, but if I know what exactly you're looking for, or what kind of thing you want to do, I could give better advice. Babel? Is what, the Pyro Mommy? Yes. She's also waifu. Assassin's Creed or Marvel? I think Assassin's Creed might be a little bit harder to pull together on such short notice. But I think... Thank you for the confetti spawn. I think Marvel could be much easier because... Wait, I don't know Marvel characters. Give me a second. Don't perceive me. So I think Marvel characters could be much easier. Okay, look, I know Marvel characters, but I can't, like, on demand think of any of them. I suddenly went blank there. There's a lot of characters that you could cosplay in, like, a bodysuit. That's what I'm thinking, why it would be easier. And it's very easy and relatively quick to get, like, a bodysuit off of Amazon. In that way, you could also get any lenses, if you were going to wear lenses, or wigs that you may need. That would be my recommendation. The last Marvel movie I watched was Doctor Strange. Yeah, that's how long it's been. I need to, at some point, watch them again, but you know. Amazon, I would say. In my experience, ordering things on Amazon has been a motherfucking dream because I can get whatever the fuck I want. It is a little bit pricey, but honestly, finding stuff in South Africa is such a pain. The first one. There's a second Doctor Strange movie. Pardon? They made another one? Shit, okay. Cool, anyway. Yeah, so I would say that there are places locally where you can, like, rent or buy. And I would say if you do want to try local first, then... The second one came out last year. Shut up, Cupcake. I would say... There's a group on Facebook called Cosplay South Africa. I would say that would be your first step. Hello, motherfucker. And then second step would be to consider Amazon. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Daddy. Yeah, so you tried local, Cape Town had nothing. Well, yeah, then I would say 100% Amazon. I've had really good experiences. You do need to be very careful. Read the sizing very well. Measure yourself. And maybe even get someone else to measure you if you can. Read the reviews. I cannot stress this enough. Reading the reviews is so important. If you do not read the reviews on Amazon, you're not allowed to cry. That's all I'm going to say. Because I have some people that just order willy-nilly. And I'm like, okay, but did you read? And they're like, no. And I'm like, you see, that's the first problem. This advice applies to any online place that you... I don't care what you're buying. Read the reviews. I don't care where you're buying from. Read the reviews. And if it seems like it's an automated review, which is apparently a thing as well, also beware. Because some places will have like a lot of bad reviews, and so they'll pay bots, or they'll pay for bots to go and make fake reviews. So it's always good. I go read 1-star, 3-star, and the 5-star reviews to like gauge. It's a little bit hard when the seller has like lots of products, but I'll go and like, I'm very nosy. I'm like, okay, but who are you and what are you selling? And are you selling good shit? So always read. That is how you ensure that you get something that is worth your money. Because you will, because you're importing it, it is going to cost a fair penny. But typically, Amazon will include the customs as well. So yeah, for my Yaimiko cosplay, I think I ended up paying... either it was 4,000 or it was over 4,000 Rand. If you're in America, you pay like half that because you don't have to pay the fucking insane taxes that we pay here. And the shipping costs are mental as well. I'm pretty sure the shipping and taxes cost more than the cosplay itself. I don't often buy cosplays, but when I do, that shit's expensive. So yeah, you just... that's why I say to make sure that you are happy with your purchase and you don't have to return it. Read everything very, very carefully. Sorry if it came across as like condescending, but like it's a mistake that I see people making very often where they're like, oh, this is not right or whatever. And I'm like, but did you read? Because some people will order things online and then it's like a kid size. And then I'm like, well, sucks to be you, I guess. They're opening a warehouse. I did hear that. I did hear they're opening a warehouse here, but I haven't heard anything else. So yeah, I would say Marvel would be easiest. The Assassin's Creed characters tend to be very detailed. They've got lots of bits and bobs and things. So if you were to make it yourself, I think that would be much better. But for ease, for something... and the bodysuits are not expensive either. So yeah, I think for ease, definitely... some character that has a bodysuit of some kind would be the most comfortable. And easiest and, you know. Yeah, no worries, Stitch. You lost Chaos? Yeah, Dan's gone. Dan's lost in the sauce of looking at, the babe. Hot Pyro Mommy. In case you guys don't know who that is. Oh, Dan, no, stop it. Sis! Yuck! Not in my chat, bro. Go yoink your joink somewhere else. Anyway. What is this? Is Dan. Look at them take old biddies. Yeah, that's some good shit right there. But if you want to cosplay Tickle Biddies, don't you want to do my other boo-boo? She's got the best titties in the game, hands down. No diggity, no doubt. And she's got a little modesty curtain for them as well. Bless her. And she got badonkadonks. She's got it all. Babel's got the biggest? No, she don't. Shin has a fucking... she'll knock you out, man. She's not allowed... she's legally not allowed to run. Because it counts as self-injury. She knocks herself out when she runs. So she's not actually allowed to run. She's got the whole package. She got the booba, she got the hips, she got the badonkadonks. She don't need personality. She got personalities. Anyway. Back to baby. Sucrose's baby. Can I DM you? Yeah, baby. You can DM me anything you want. Sus. That is extended only to Lily, just saying. Only Lily.
って様子で全然目的を隠そうとしなかったの。だから彼女はもしかしたら嘘なんてつく必要もないと思ってる人なんじゃないかなって。
I mean, you guys can DM me as well, but
確かに喧嘩が得意
am I gonna read it?
やばそう
Who
な
knows?
やつに見えるよな。
You won't DM me anymore?
なんか嘘を
I mean, you can DM me, you just can't DM me
そのまま手を
anything.
出しそうな感じ。
There are some restrictions on what you may DM me.
それに
Like, I don't want to see your boobs.
聞いたんだけど、ロサリアさんが合唱をサボるときっていつも急に
Dan, I don't want to see your boobs either.
言い訳すらしないんだって。すごいやつだぜ。
Why did you stop talking to Nat? Oh, she said I can't DM her my boobs.
それならセナさんも入ると思う。
You have the best boobs, yeah? You're sending Scarab boobs? Okay, you guys can send Scarab boobs.
嘘なんてつく気がなさ
Scarab boobs, please. In the DMs.
選んだ理由とちょっと似てるよな。じゃあもう一人
You missed boobs, Lily. We're talking about boobs. On your way? You bringing boobs?
私ももう一人思いついた。見習い騎士のノエル。あの子は本当に真面目だし、見るからに嘘がつけないよ。ほら、メモしてメモ。待って、あと一人。
Now you're talking about boobs? Very sus. Yeah, it's because you have that influence on people. You're an influencer, Kai. This is your fault. I blame Kai. Do you guys blame Kai? I think everyone blames you. So, you know.
その
Where's his son? He'll blame you too. He doesn't even need context to blame you.
ティマヨスは
He wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and he's like, ah, I blame Kai.
誓ってたんだ。
The sus brought Kai back? Yeah, right?
女の子から OK をもらえる
That's sadly true.
絶対嘘の話はしないし。
It's raining today. I blame Kai. I woke up with a headache. I blame Kai.
そうなんだ。
I ate some bad food and now I have a stomach ache. I blame Kai.
私もまだ会ってないの。いいゆえ出身としか。
Oh my god.
ティマヨスが言うには話がとても
You told me yesterday? Wait, told me what? Breathes. Kai! It's Kai's. Everything is Kai's fault. Yep. You simply exist and you are at fault. You were born at fault, Kai. But also, if you guys didn't know this, Kai is also a streamer. He's great. He's a hell of a goober. One of my favorite goobers. Not Gorba. Goober. Like a booger, but spelled differently. And he... Shocking. and... No pluggies? Oh, sorry. No pluggies. But... Kai cut through the wires on his headset. While he was using them. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hot dog and chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hi homies, I'm sorry. Y'all caught me in the middle of a laughing fit. Okay, breathe. Whew. Welcome, raiders. Thank you, Sarah, for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Definitely Genshin's. Gosh, so many of you. Welcome, everyone who came through on the raid there. Definitely Jumping Socks, Mana, and Kyo-san. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. But welcome. Thank you all for coming through. Hi, Jumping Socks. How are you? Nicolaj, welcome. I'm probably butchering all your names. Apologies. Thank you so much for the follow. Pune? Is Pune? Thank you. We're making art here. There's art? I'm not art. I'm not doing art. Is my category not Genshin? I'm so confused. But hi, True Ron. Is this a new VTuber? Kind of. I don't remember when exactly I got her. Chaos Child? Definitely. Chaos Child fits. It's kind of a new one. I don't know how long I've had it, but it's relatively new, that's for sure. Anyway, welcome Raiders. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact. It's my main boom, my main slice. However, I like playing all kinds of things. I tried to introduce myself earlier and I couldn't remember any of the games that I've played, but I play Cookie Run. That's like one of my favorite games to play. Like, it's a mobile game, but I love it. And I get a lot of people to play it with me. Thank you for the balloons. But I also I like playing like co-op stuff. I love puzzle games, platformers. I play a lot of MMOs as well. Currently I'm playing ESO, which is quite interesting. Anyway, Nick is best child, just not Dan's child. Oh, my singing? Oh, my singing is awful. My god. That was probably one of the worst versions of that song I've ever done because I was like in between wheezing from laughing. So, yeah. But anyway. Shower's chaotic? She is. You know what? At first, Sarah seems like very sweet, small baby, put in pocket, feed snacks. But I got to know Sarah a little bit better recently. She is the origin of chaos, I think. She is where it began. If there's any chaos in the world, it started with Sarah. Not you, Dan. Not you. Unless, oh, maybe Sarah's your mum. So I need to be careful with your mama jokes now. Definitely need to feed snacks. Feed snacks to keep the chaos at bay. Not you, Dan. True Ron, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Yes, but thank you again so much for the raid, Sarah. Did you have a good stream? Sorry, like, oh, my brain is so melty. Also, it's a Sarah raid, like Sarah raid. That's very funny, Dan. Thank you for that. I was just busy telling a very embarrassing story about one of my friends, and I see earlier both him and Joggin said saved by the raid. I don't know, do we do a dramatic retelling of that story? Just so that we can embarrass him all over again? Calling her old? No, she's a spring chimkin. She's an itty bitty baby. I'll go with you, Socks. I'll go with you. She's ancient? Nay, bro. Say it ain't so, because I'm old. I'm falling because of that statement. All chaos started with Sarah. Let's tackle her, hell yeah. I'm small, but I'm chunky. So I'll just, like, cannonball into her, knock her over.
Hi, guys.
What? Hi! Small but chunky? Yeah. I don't know what numbers you use. I'm 5'1" or 157, depending on your numbers. That means something to someone, I hope. I'm small, though. That's the dealio. I'm teeny tiny. But the chunky. Small. Yes. I need assistance to reach the top shelf. You give me huggies? Hell yeah. Please not that emote. Dad! Why are you laughing, Dan? What's funny, Dan? Okay, guys. For the new people here, can I be super serial with you for a second? I can't unsee this. Because I saw it once. And it's now forever in my brain. I'm just gonna let her finish. Because I'm not Kanye. But anyway. The Nodders emote? Please be super serial for a second. Tell me it doesn't look sus. I'm gonna call you a liar and ban you for life. I can't look at Nodders and not see something sussy. Tell me He don't look like he busy. He doing something that he should not be doing. Hell no. Look at that. He's very enthusiastic in what he's doing. Look at that. Very enthusiastic. Really getting into it. Yep. Dad, no! It's lap dance edition. You have no idea what's going on, but you'll join in. You're joining the nodders. Anyway, I can't take anyone seriously. The second they use nodders, I'm just like, nah, son, you goofing. You straight goofing. I've seen other variations of the nodders emote as well, and I'm just like, no. Don't want none. Oh, why man chicken? Oh. Lily! I like the tentacle one though, that one's pretty good. If not a little bit gross. Smudge. I like Smudge. Dan is wholesome. But wholesome starting with a with an H, not with a W. Dan knows. The second someone types a nodders in the chat and I start laughing, he knows. He knows exactly why I'm laughing. Anyway. Nodders. I can't stand that emote. Just because it looks like he's busy. Very enthusiastic. Very enthusiastic emote. That is allowed on Twitch. You can't have like booty shaking ones, but you can have that one. Oh my god. My face hurts from laughing. Anyway, you guys see this guy in chat called Kid Guy? Okay, I won't. I wanna, but I won't. You're allowed to use Twitter again? You got unbanned, Dan? Stop posting your nodders on Twitter and maybe they'll let you use Twitter. Mana! The sus emotes? Yeah, that one is pretty sus. Wait, that's someone's actual emote. That one's so sus though. Oh my god. Kai. Never? You gonna keep posting your nodders on Twitter? Damn. Look at the fucking pigeon in the background there. Bro's just having a moment. Ah, my face hurts. Oh yeah, I forgot Lily slid into my DMs. You wrote the dramatic telling of Kai? Oh my god, wait, really? Jargon? Sitting in a meeting? Oh, your meeting is done, but you're still technically at work. Is writing an epic tale about Kai. This is work. Oh my god. Okay. Kai. How long did it take you? Yeah, how long have you been working on this masterpiece? Okay. I need to stop smiling, my face hurts. Since the rain. Okay. Did you receive a nice DM from Lily, or did you DM me, Dan? Okay. I'm trying to see, like, how much, like, direction there is here. You sent your booba? Wait, I think you sent it to the wrong Nat then, Lily. I didn't get any boobas in my DM. The heck? You don't have DM privileges? You literally do. Shut the fuck up, Dan. Where's the booba at? Weak sauce. Anyway. Do I need to read the fade-in part as well? Anyway. Kai, sitting at his PC, shooting his teammates in Apex, when out of the corner of his eye, sees it. A thread hanging from his shirt. This thread cannot persist. It must meet its end. Kai reaches for his samurai sword, but stops. Pause. Interjection. Kai has a samurai sword. Weeb shit. No, I must keep it sharp so I'm prepared for invaders. Kai's eyes drift across his desk for another solution. His chat says, "Use the scissors, Kai." But he doesn't see it because Kai never reads chat correctly. He finally sees the scissors for himself and praises his self-genius. Tell me you spend too much time in Kai's chat without telling me you spend too much time in Kai's chat. Why did no one else think of this? He must be the first. He grabs the scissors as a starving child reaches for a bit of bread. He pulls them back and makes the anime swishing noises himself. Yep, that sounds like Kai. He pulls apart the blades and reaches for the thread. It is about to finally be over. He closes the blades and then nothing. He hears nothing. His friends have abandoned him. He hears only silence. This is what he deserves. Kai, you're not making this better, mate. Fucking weeb shit. Anyway. You hope not. Aw. My sadness is immeasurable, Lillian. My day is ruined. No boobas in the DM. Anyway, that was very well written. Thank you. You made him extra weeby? Listen, I think he is already. So I don't know if there was any extra. What is happening in chat? I was reading a dramatic retelling of that Kai's story of cutting the wire on his headset. Can someone, I don't know if it's longer than 30 seconds, but can someone clip that so we can mock Kai forever now? Thank you. Would appreciate. You have a samurai style kitchen knife. The snort, yeah, I snort sometimes. I don't know where I picked up this habit, but yeah, I do occasionally snort. Thank you for the story time jargon, that was great. What do you snort? I was gonna say yo mama. And then I was like, wait, don't. No more yo mama jokes. Mashed taters, that sounds wildly uncomfortable. But not far-fetched enough to make it unbelievable for a Brit, so, you know. Do you get vanilla cocaine like you get with vanilla coke? I don't know. Do you get flavored cocaines? Yes, Jargon. What? How does Jargon know this? Purveyor of flavored cocaines. Jargon. I think the default flavor is vanilla, that's why everyone likes the smell. Take a big old whiff of it. If you're brave enough. Yeah, anything can be snorted if you're brave enough. Anything can be snorted at least once. I haven't followed the story at all. Because we've been talking about vanilla cocaine amongst other things. But it's probably fine, right? Whoop! Nope. Why did I go out? The story is cute. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to say that I will... They're so cute. I'm gonna have to say that I'm gonna rewatch it on YouTube later and then completely forget and not do it anyway. Oh, you didn't snort. You didn't snort? You didn't clip the snort, did you? What the heck? Excuse me? Pardon, can I help you? Hiya, wait, where the fuck is Lisa? There's an upstairs in this place? Lower? What? Oh, God. How is she higher, though? Wait. Saving this clip to watch later? No! Chotto mate, what did you make a clip of? Oh my god. No! Nobody deleted it? Oh my god. What is this? Yeah, anything can be snorted if you're brave enough. Anything can be snorted at least once. No! Okay, it wasn't my snort, thank you. Thank you for not clipping me snorting. It is true though. Same for drinking things and eating things. Thank you, Kai. Look at these babies, they're so cute. I love them. Oh, there's no Lisa here? It's because she's high. No, Kai! No more nudders. I can only sucrose that they were collaying in on someone. At Lisa, that's as far as Sino. No nodders! No nodders, Daddy! No! Stop it! Worldwide fame for unfunny jokes. By the way, all of you people with a shiny diamond, if you do exclamation Kappa Gen, you can Kappa Gen the nodders. And that's like a billion times better. Oh my god, Daddy, imagine not knowing how to. There we go. Kai got it. 10 out of 10. Shut it. No, I refuse. How embarrassing, Daddy, that you didn't know how to do that. Wow. Imagine being a VIP on someone's Twitch and you don't know how to do that. That is very embarrassing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you didn't know. You need to have the emote after it, Daddy. Otherwise, it's not going to kappa gen anything. Imagine touching grass. Couldn't be me. I did not spend any time outside in my garden today watering my plants. Grass? Sorry. Imagine touching grass. I love that emote so much. Smash. That's me when I'm angry. Doesn't matter what I'm feeling, I cry. I'm happy, I cry. I'm sad, I cry. I'm angry, I cry. I cry, I cry. Get this grass talk out of here. Yeah, Kai doesn't know grass.
俺は資料を調べてるわけじゃない。ただ、先輩を探しに来て、当てが外れただけだ。
リサさんってセロさんの先輩
Daddy Dan is hungry.
ああ。彼女が
You still haven't ordered food, Jargon? Jesus Christ on a cracker.
俺たちはソロン派の学生なんだ。
Y'all distracting as fuck. That sounds like a you problem. Just saying. Why did I delete? I banned Dan. I'm sorry, I misclicked. Dan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm laughing, but no sound is coming out. I can't breathe. I'm sorry, I misclicked. What were you trying to do? God alone knows.
なるほど
Also, hi, Lucy.
違う違う今日は聞きたいことがあってきたの
Ben, apparently.
あのねコレイさんと一緒にある予言を検討しているんだけど皆さんの意見が聞きたい
No, I wasn't trying to ban Dan. Okay, so what happened? I was trying to just click, right? But my mouth my mouth? I promise I haven't started drinking yet, but my mouth drifted off the screen. My mouse drifted off the screen and I accidentally clicked on my chat. It just so happened to be by Dan's name. What's the opposite of stunks? Because that's where this is going. Stinks. The opposite of stonks is stinks. You know, when something bad happens, you're like, ah, this stinks. Yeah. Anyway. I haven't started drinking. I've only barely just finished my energy drink, so, you know, we're still fine. You can't with the snorts. Oh, man. I can't breathe tonight. I have to snort. You're missing out on good shit, Hooded? Oh, good shit? I don't know about that. That's debatable. But it's fine. He's getting half the story through chat. So you guys could be writing anything, and it could have nothing to do with what I'm saying. So you could all bamboozle Hooded if you wanted to, because he's not listening to stream. So you guys could just pretend that I'm saying some really weird shit. And he's going to be like, what the fuck is going on? And so he's going to turn on his sound. And I'm going to be sitting here laughing. Because what I'm saying is completely unrelated to what you guys are saying. How are you doing, Lucy? Sorry. You did the fart just as I was unbanning Dan. And my brain just stopped working. Fried pork chunk mofongo. I don't know how to read that word. Anyway, moving swiftly along. Jargon hasn't eaten lunch because he was writing a dramatic retelling of Kai cutting his headset wire. You leaked nudes? Me? Woo? Oh right, wait, you guys are doing the thing that I just spoke about, never mind.
存在しない花のためで俺を探していたのは嘘をつかない人
Yeah, go order your food, please, sir.
その慌てて答えを出さな
I literally just said it and I'd already forgotten that I'd said it. Anyway, moving swiftly along.
ゆっくり考えてくれていいから
Yeah, I put the noodles online.
スクロースボックスまで
Starting an OnlyFans without telling us. Not a great short-term memory. No, you see, the thing is, Dan, you can't have a great short-term memory if you don't have a short-term memory at all, which is what I have or don't have, as the case may be. The second the words leave my mouth, they've already been forgotten. I can stop myself in the middle of a thought, and it will not come back to me. It's gone. It's lost to the abyss. I have no idea what I just said. Jenny gonna arrive with dinner before my lunch gets here.
スクロスとコレイ並びに旅人のタイマーのボックスそう呼んでもいいと思うこんなところで列挙法を使わなくて
You got into trouble, Lulu? Why? What did you do?
方法だね。口頭で言うよりだいぶ便利そうだし。
ああ嘘をつくかつかないかなんてそんなことは普段口にしないだろうしな
Anybody who spends any amount of time in my chat knows that I have, like, no memory. Like, if you send a message in chat that doesn't have enough context for me to remember that I said something,
聞いた人たちにはチェックを入れて
I'm gonna be like, what are you talking about?
うんうん
100%.
メモしたよ
二人とも内気な性格なのに、こんなに仲良く付き合えるなんて。
I think it's time
コレイはモンドに
for
戻っ
the
てきてから
booze.
人にツッコミを入れることが多くなったと思う
The only question is,
確かにちょっとね。
外へ出かけて昔の友人と会うことは
am I having more energy drink with the booze? Or am I just gonna have it straight?
を取り戻すというのもとても有意義なことなんじゃないかな。
ああだが俺が初めてコレイに会った時あいつは幸せとか若さなんてことの意味すら知らなかった
Lucy, are you plugging?
でも今は違うマリン病が完治したことはコレイにとってとても重要なことだった
コレイはとても敏感で
I'm joking, it's fine.
内気な子だ。アルベドならわかるはずだと思う。
You got told off? They didn't even ban you? That's weak sauce. They should have at least banned you,
あの
Lucy.
子は本来活発な子なんだ。
Time to be more loopy with booze. I mean, I'm not gonna drink too much.
ああなってしまったんじゃ
Plug away!
モンドへ来て植物を
Free
探す
free
のは
reign for plugs
画を
for
探すのは
5 seconds.
こっちの
Go.
二つの方が口実だったんだね。
そうとは言えない
So what did they say to you,
コレイの
Lulu?
シチュエーション感もどっちも重要だ
こういう時は素直に
You apologized and left? I mean, that's
答えら
fair.
れないわけ
You don't care anymore? You were banned?
お前の言う通りだよ確かに俺たちはコレイのことが心
Dan,
配
it was a mistake. I'm
何
sorry.
回かモンドへ来てい
I'm
たが
sorry.
あまり気分が変わった
Wrongfully banned? No, I admitted it was a wrongful
少
ban.
し彼女に時間をあげてもいいんじゃ
I
ない
was it was a boo boo. It was a mistake. I said that.
その
it was my
わがままに
fault.
解けるかもしれないと僕は思うよ。
You can ban me in your stream if you want.
スクロースの指導者としての自信
そうとも
Your face got tanned?
そういえば
Daddy's been touching grass.
学術の関係
Doesn't it sound weird when I say it like that?
関係を構築しているって話は
Because I would say grass. You've been touching
君たちか
grass.
ら見ればそうかもね
Like you've been touching grass.
スメールの状況は少し特殊だから
Does it sound weird when I say
学
grass
術として呼
then?
ばれるのもスメールのすべての資源が
Only if you want to make it
彼ら
weird.
に結びつけられてしまうからだよ
No, it sounds weird to me.
学術的資源は社会資源に等しい
I don't ban people that don't deserve it. Neither do I. However,
築き上げるっていうのも
However,
珍しいケースじゃないまあ
I got butterfingers. My hand slipped. It's not the first time I've banned someone by mistake. I banned jargon
まず一緒に
recently
論文を書いたりしないし
because the chat moved and I was trying to ban Tian.
論文という
Weren't you here for that, Dan?
学術過程の核なんだね。
俺たちの関係
You're
は
not the first, and you're most certainly not going to be the last person who gets accidentally banned
純粋
on
で
my
気に
channel.
されていない
So,
何の学術の力も介入していない兄弟関係
あんまり認めたくないけど、確かに間違ってはいないかな。
I've banned you a lot, have
理
I?
解できるよ。僕にも妹がいる。兄が妹を守る
No, you've only got 2 bans, Lulu. Shut the fuck up.
君たちが言ったことはすべて僕の学者たちの都市に対する想像にかなっていた。
No, you see, Daddy, the problem
社
is
会的な関係の交わる場所だ。
10 timeouts.
同じ目的のために気づいた
Yeah, she's had timeouts.
もしかする
Not
と
many bans.
かえって堅固なのかもしれない。それはそうと、二人はどっちの方が年上なんだい？
You can do /ban username or click them and ban. So, Daddy, no, the problem is that I was clicking on the ban, the bans that I'm referring to now with Jargon and Dan were mistakenly done. Because I missed click in chat, right? Because I have the moderation icons visible. So ban, timeout, delete message are all there. So when my mouse drifted off my screen and onto my chat, which is right next to it, I clicked the button. Timeouts are just as bad? How? You come back. Yeah, because Genshin doesn't hold my mouse captive, so it just drifts off sometimes. It drifts off the side of the screen. I've had it drift off in the other direction, like this way. Because my OBS is on the left side and my Genshin is on the right side. So when I move the mouse away, because when you go into cutscenes, it puts your mouse in the middle, so I normally just move it off to the side. This time I moved it off into my chat and accidentally banned Dan. You can't be lewd in chat when timed out. Yes, that's true. But you should also behave yourself, Lulu. Maybe you won't get timed out then. Here's a thought. Just a thought. Just something to think about. When you've got nothing else to think about. Dan, you have a timeout or two, do you? Have I timed you out? I mean, you've maybe been timed out by people. Oh, you had 2 timeouts. 2 timeouts. What's a mod comment? Can mods make... Mods can leave comments about people. Be like, this person is stinky. We don't like them. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Who behaves? Not Lucy. Lucy don't know how to behave. That girl's sussy as hell. That one time I accidentally plugged. You only got timed out for that? I should have straight up banned you. Lifetime ban. Gonna rename you Baniel. Bam, Baniel! You will never behave? Don't I know it? Don't I know it, Lulu? I really should be paying attention to the story, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Lucy also goes to places hoping she'll end up lucky. Alright, I think maybe I can do some of the events for this. We can get this shit started. Because yeah, I did not really play this weekend. What? What? What are you whatting, Dan? I've already forgotten what I said. I have no idea what you're referring to, man. Still not lucky. Oh, Lulu. Oh wait, this is the... I don't want to do this one. Why did I click on that one? It's this one. Wait. The heck? Oh, he's right here. I was like, no, I don't want to do the ballads one. Yes, yes, yes. Windbloom. puzzle, prize, floral chess. Oh, Christ. I can't play chess. The inventor is a bard. Okay. Collect balloons. Okay. Oh, Christ on a bike. It's Pac-Man? Oh, bless. Okay, I thought he was saying it's like chess. I was like, fucking... I think I actually watched Yoda play this. It's Pac-Man? Much better. I'm not reading the rules, though, because I never read the rules. Sorry, mate. He's still, like, flinching. Because Raiden swinging her junk at him. Do I need specific characters? They're being pretentious. It does seem like it. Because the difference between Pac-Man and chess is quite large. I'm not reading any of this. I'm gonna fail and then be like, wait, what do I need to do? So, you know. You ain't really trying even though you flirt with everyone. I like that you say overage. What does this do? Is that respawn? I watched Yoda do this, but I didn't watch him too much. Oops, did I just plug you in my own chat? Whoops. Am I doing this right? Oh, here's the next area. Whoop! Oh, okay. Bunk! Okay, so you have to bring the characters with the long legs here, because if you bring the characters with the short legs, you're gonna have a bad time. Take it from me. This is my daily life. Having short legs. Trying to do anything. So, you know. I know what I'm talking about. Whoops! Fuck, shit, crap. Oh, wait, shortcut to the beginning? Thanks. An avocado. Do we need to get, like, all of the balloons? My guy, my dude. I don't know what those are. Whoopsie! I done goofed. Time and lives don't matter? Oh. Sweet! Okay. Use Scoochatush. Thank you. Oh, no! Unscoochatush! Whoa, this is a spicy little boy chasing me. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, am I done? I don't even know what that blue thing is for, but, you know. Was that a frog? No? What do you mean? 4,000 points gives... Oh. Cool, I'm an overachiever. Coins make collect area big. Green glowy gives you mean balloon slapper power. Oh! Left click to activate slapper? Oh! Fuck, okay, cool. Bam, 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 bam. Damn. Hey! Wow, they set the bar really low. Really low. Okay, I just need 4,000. Sweet. This should be fine, yeah. I need a drink though. Maybe after this I'll go fetch a booze. Yum 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 yum. Balloon? Hehe. Wow, we schmovin'. I pressed the... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Is that guy just gonna chase me forever now? These guys are like proper aggressive. I pressed the thing, it didn't go off! I'm gonna go cry. That's fine. We have another like 9 minutes to get 250 points, so, you know. Hey, we're done. I'm so slow with pressing that. You'll drink at 2 p.m. beer. Yeah, fuck yeah, day drinking, let's go. I don't need to collect the rest though, yeah, I can just go. Nyum. Do I need at least 100 to finish though? Is that what the 100 stands for? Oh, ah! Shit. Okay, you cannot dodge them. Is the 86 out of 100 just showing how many balloons are left? Oh, it's this one. That's why it's not working. I was like, why is this thing not... Oh, I must get him. Come back, you little fuck. Ayo. Okay, I had to do that just for myself. Boop! You didn't pay attention? Even me. Apparently. On a Monday even? It's Monday? Damn. Oh, I can do this one? Fuck yeah. Boy! Oh, these only unlock? That's fine. We'll do up until we can't do anymore. It's Monday. Oh wait, I said I was gonna get a drink. Okay guys, we're gonna do... I'm gonna see if my new BRB button works. If it doesn't, then boo fucking who, but in any case. I'm gonna take a quick break. I don't know... I don't have my ad thing. I broke my OBS, but anyway. I'm gonna take a quick break. Go scratch? Oh, Christ on a bike. Go stretch your legs. Grab a drink. Get a snack. Get comfy, whatever you need to do. I will be back in a second, or maybe more than a second, but I will be back. It is gonna play an ad, but don't worry, I ain't gonna be doing anything. There's just gonna be like old clips of mine playing, so enjoy. Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fart bender, indeed. Money, 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 money! Make an offering. Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face? Okay.
Gmax_Yoda stream. My sprinkler goes like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Slowly. Ah! Yeah, anything can be snorted if you're brave enough. Anything can be snorted at least once. Try. Huggy wuggy! Fuck, man! Why did I see him make it? Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Hi Yoda. Hello. I am back with booze. It played the new clip? Oh shit! Which one did it play? Also, hi. Hi Grim Pixie. Hi Yoda. How are you guys? The snort? It played the snort? What the heck? We're drinking today? Maybe. Are we not? Jorgen's day drinking. He's having a beer with me.
Excuse me.
Wow! Lady Serena, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the party. How you doing? Happy Holi? What's that, Yoda? Is it a holiday? You've been missed. Truly, you have been missed. Did you have a good weekend, though? I'm drinking soju. If anybody wants to drink with me. I'm having a drinky. Should I post it on Discord? You guys want to see? You have soju? Drink with me, Lily. Go clink clink with me. Clink clink. You have a strong beer. Dun, 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 dun. This is what I'm drinking. It's tasty. It's green grape. Yeah, clink clink beats. Clink clink. I came home and saw y'all in voice chat and I wanted to say hi. Aww. Did you have fun though, Yoda? Also, Yoda, what is the holiday? What holiday did you say it was? America, explain. You had 2 shots already? Damn, girly. I'm still snorting it. You don't snort? You don't snort the soju? Girly pop. You married yet, Yoda? Yeah, it was Yoda's wedding this weekend. He was getting married. A festival of colors? Oh! Okay, that makes sense. You throw colors and get drunk. Okay, I did not know about the getting drunk part, but the colors part, yeah. I'm trying to think. I saw something about that recently. I can't remember what it was though. Anyway, we are playing Genshin. No, let me. Whoa! It's been a long time since I had booze. That was a bit strong. Honestly, the last time I drank on stream was the last time I had booze. Ray and I don't really drink. He occasionally has like a cooler, but that's about it. Poor Yoda. That's what happens when you're in... I don't know about other families, but like Indian families are like really pushy with that. Where like you get to a certain age... Language. That you get to a certain age and they're like, oh, when are you getting married? When are you having kids? Like, goddamn. I only know this because I had friends in school and like university, and their family would always be on their case. I'm just like, whew. Jenny hears it every time she sees her parents. It's very annoying. To be fair, Ray's... What? This guy's behind me? That's weird. Ray's mum asks quite frequently. She's like, so when are you guys getting married? And we're just like, how to get to next area? Your brothers got married or had kids, so I'm set. No one cares about... Wait, what is this? Oh. Huh? 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 Why this element? I have to... Cool, I guess. Necessary? Not at all. Not even slightly. Not even remotely desired, in fact. Oh, this is why they were behind me now. It makes a lot of sense. What's the powders for? That guy just straight up disappeared. Cool. So glad. Hey! Where is the next area? That side. Hey, Hooded! You outies? You outies 5,000? Have a good evening, friend. Switch dreams and all, you know, that kind of stuff. Good vibes only. Did that guy like just appear in front of me, or did I somehow just completely miss him? Ooh, it's too spicy in here. Can I jump? Oh. I was hoping I could jump over those. Oh wait, I'm done, right? I can leave. I don't need extra points. Good morning, good night, and everything in between. There's still color in your hair? Oh my god, wait. Yoga? Yoga? Yoda, did you drink? Can't even blame the alcohol. It's only just gotten into my system. Your white mom gives 0 fucks? To be fair, Ray's mom's white as well, but she asks all the time. My family doesn't speak to me, so, you know, even if they were asking, I'd have no idea. Hopefully Jenny's brother pops out a kid so they leave us alone. Oh, man. Please repair your brain. Yeah, my brain needs to be repaired as well, to be fair. Good March? Oh. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Good morning. Wow. I need to not drink the soju too fast. because it tastes like juice, but it's not juice. Oh, I need 4,500 for this one. Motherfuckers only spoke to me to shit me out. Over my what? Over a tattoo? Bro. So they have nothing better to do with their time, sorry. Apologies for being rude, but what the fuck? I feel like, they're not allowed to have an opinion over my life. So, you know. They don't contribute towards it. Therefore, it's none of their business. Is that guy chasing me? Cool story. Bye. Also, bye. Oh, hello. Move bookcase. Bye. Adult juice? Yes, it is the adult juice. Must be slowly consumed. Because, it's a bit strong for a person who doesn't drink much / ever. Well, can you get like charges of that? No? Okay, fine. I didn't want to pop these balloons anyway. Your dad's side are a bunch of a-holes. You roast them. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't, I messaged my little sister a little while ago because it was her birthday, but that's literally the only communication I've had with my family in years. Like I said, if you don't add to my life, you're not permitted to take away from it, which often tends to be the case when speaking to them. So, you know. I'm good, thanks. I think I'll hold on to my sanity. Please and thank you. I think that's all I needed. Where is exit? Release me. You had a deja vu moment? Are you sure it wasn't just me repeating myself? Because that, I feel like, happens more often than you think. Oh, my ears are warm. I didn't repeat myself? Okay. Did I finish or? I finished. Sweet! Okay. Go next. Go next, go next, go next. Ah. Do you know what? I miss the balloon catching one, but like the gliding one. I don't care for these picture taking ones, I'm not gonna lie. Not as interesting. Oh! This booze is hitting me a bit fast. My ears are hot. My ears are very warm. That's like, I turn red when I drink. I'm drinking it straight, Jargon, and I've had almost half the bottle already. So... And I had an energy drink just before, so I don't know if that does anything It's not mixed with the energy drink, but I had an energy drink before. So, you know. My body's like, ayo, let's go! Adult juice in the hizzy. It's a bit warm in here. And I have my fan on full blast as well. When last did I drink? It was that stream. Was it the horror stream last year? Because I didn't stream this year's horror. I didn't drink this year's horror stream. I say this year and last year as if I only stream horror once a year, but yeah. You'll probably feel the same after the beer. Oh shit. You still have a few more hours of work as well. Alright, what do I have to do? Mondstadt? Take a good picture. Is it just gonna tell me where to take a picture? I just want to go there. Go take... I do like so. Wait, where is the time to take a picture of? I didn't see. Lol. Where? Oh. You don't ever drink anymore? Yeah. I drink like 4 stream and that's about it. Cause like... I don't know, I'll drink with friends, I guess. Like, if we... are doing something? Did we ever drink? My Chocobo-san! Not Lisa-san! Mika-chan!
おう、旅人にパイも久しぶりだな。元気してたか？
可愛い子ちゃんたちがこんなに
Kawaii-ko-chan! That's me!
師匠、いつもの場所にいない。
私だって椅子に生えているわけじゃないもの。たまには外へ出て。
You contemplated drinking yesterday, the urge died very quick.
ちょうどミカも来ているから。
I don't ever really
を紹介しようと思って。お互い
have...
外を回っている身だから、知り合っておくと何かと便利でしょ?
I don't like...
こんにちは、ミカです。
Mika-chan! Kawaii. He's my little chocobo-san. He has a little foofy on his head that makes him look like a chocobo.
よろしくお願いします。
そうかしこまらなくてもいいぜ。こいつらとはもう長い付き合いなんだ。みんないい人だぞ。
Yeah, but Mika's got issues with speaking.
楽しい。
Oh, I was saying I don't really get like, like...
予言
って何の予言だ？
いい予言ですか？
I don't know, the word urge sounds so weird to say. But like... I'm never like, oh, I need a drink.
面白そうね。
お前らのディストには俺まで
I've never had that feeling.
これで本当に役に立つのか？
I've never smoked either, so I don't get that like craving feeling.
そうですよ。
I think the only time I feel it,
すごい冒険者なんですから。
and it's, oh, Mika's got earrings. I love babies with earrings.
けど俺ちょっと言葉にするのが苦手だな。
I don't mean like baby babies. Like once they're old enough to decide they want earrings is what I mean. Because a lot of people pierce their babies when they're babies. To be fair though, you don't remember the pain. But I don't remember the pain of my piercings either, so you know what? It doesn't matter. Anyway. Desire. Yeah, like I don't get that. Like I don't get like any... The only time I get that like almost like urge, desire for something is Shark Week. And I never realize it until much later that I'm like, oh, that's why. Because I'll crave. I don't have a sweet tooth. Some of you may know this. That alcohol hit me fast. Anyway. That's the only time I like my body is like, I need this thing now, is during Shark Week. It's like, where is the motherfucking chocolate? And I'll be confused for a couple days because I'm just like, why do I want sweet things so bad? And then it hits me.
私のノートによると次の場所あっちだな。
Why is my head so fuzzy?
じゃあ私についてきて。
Oh god. Find someone that matches the prophecy. I don't remember what the prophecy was. You occasionally crave alcoholic drinks, but not for the alcohol. I wonder if it's just because I have like a really bad memory. Or... like, I don't ever crave the taste of something. I will, like I said, I'll crave chocolate. Like Shark Week. I don't have a sweet tooth, but during Shark Week, I will eat anything and everything that is sweet in the house. I will fucking obliterate whatever's in the kitchen. I will find the drive, the motivation that I don't normally have to like make cookies or something. Just so I have something sweet to eat. But... oh, and when I have issues with my blood pressure, I'll like crave salty things like chips or bickies or something. Obliterate. Don't you know the obliterator? Jargon knows the obliterator, right? It's not me. It's not. I'm not. I know it's obliterate. It's the obliterator. You don't know the obliterator cupcake? I almost called you muffin. A muffin is just an ugly cupcake. I'm sorry. A muffin is an ugly cupcake. You too young for this? No! We're too drunk for this. Were we drunk for that? No, I think you just couldn't say obliterator or something, Jargon, and you said obliterator, and I was like, yes, it is the obliterator now. It's a thing in Valheim. There's a thing called an obliterator. Right? And it destroys items to give you coal or some shit. You're drunk already? Shut up, Lily. You're drunk already. So Jargon said obliterator, so it's since then known as the obliterator. It did hit me very hard, Lily. My ears were fucking flaming hot Cheetos a second ago. So this moved through my body. I don't know if it's a consequence or a result of... I'm on meds as well. And I actually asked my doctor. I was like, am I allowed to drink on these meds? And she said, since you're a social drinker, you can. That warning is more for people who drink regularly. Like, if you drink daily or like in excess, which I can't do anyway because I get sleepy and then I stop drinking because I'm too sleepy to drink. But my doctor said for me it is safe because I won't drink enough for it to have an effect on me, so it should be fine. You'll be fine, Lily. I hope so. I don't know that stuff. I'm very vanilla, very boring, so... Can I drink this with medication? It will make you a cheap date. Good thing I stay home. And my date lives with me. So I'm fine. You know... words are hard, man. Anyway. Ray also put drinks in the fridge tonight because he's like, it's been one of those days. We're both drinking on a Monday. It's fine though. This really hit me hard and fast. Jesus Christ. Juminaj, hello. I don't know if I said your name correctly, but hello. Oh, whoops. I'm just fiddling with stuff, don't mind me. I need one of those fidget cube things. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You're vanilla, you only like grass and booze, never done anything else. You've been spiked? You've been spiked? I don't leave the house, so I don't think I can get spiked. I have spiked myself before because I took meds, forgot I took them, and then my eyesight blurred and I was like, whoa, why can't I read anything? And then I was like, wait, you took something. Self-spiking you because you're so forgetful you can't remember. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, Cupcake, though. Like, sorry, I know I was making a joke, but yeah, that's pretty hectic. Sorry to hear. Anyway. You didn't realize until the next day? Holy shit. I feel like that's usually the case when you get spiked. You are so out of it that you can't actually, like, tell that you're out of it. Because I think that's how bad it is. Whoa! Hi, Hassan. If my face looks sad, it's not. Ah. Grass is better than booze. I'm so vanilla that I haven't even tried that cupcake. Soju is good though. I have green grape soju. Lily, do you drink the flavored soju or do you have like a plain one? Because I have a plain one and it scares me. I haven't tried it yet. Did I not send the picture? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Guys, I'm not even joking to you. Whenever I said I was starting to drink, I sent a picture of the bottle and I just didn't hit send. Anyway. You have green grape as well? Oh, clink clink, bitch. I normally like the plum one. But if they don't have the plum one, I get the green grape. The strawberry one is too street for me. It's too sweet for me. You started grass to help with your insomnia. Grapefruit is good too. I don't know if I've had the grapefruit one actually, now that you mention it. I'm trying to think now. Why am I here? Did I teleport you? Here? We're on a trial? Where do we need to go? Am I stuck here? Oh Jesus, where am I? Is it this thing? Oh. You have 4? I'm a hoarder as well, just because I don't go to the supermarket very often, because it's like a special Korean market. I don't go to it very often. Oh look, the girlfriends are there. The girlfriends Clea and Noelle. It's a whole happy family. I don't go there very often, so like the last time I bought Amber and Eula's her wife. You better start liking her. I buy the last time I bought soju, I bought like 6 bottles. But the person I was with also bought like 5 or 6. And so the cashier looked at us because we both look very young. She looked at us and she was like, "You know this is alcohol, right?" And we're like, "Yes." So she's like, "Can I ask for your ID?" So Ash flashes her ID. We're both well old enough. I'm 30 and she's 27. This was last year sometime. Like, we're very, very much old enough to drink alcohol. The legal age here is 18, so I'm well simmered in the age of being allowed to drink. Plain soju tastes like vodka. Oh, I'm gonna have to get a mixer for that then, I think. They're pretty bottles. I don't know, mine are just plain green bottles. I sent it in a Discord, just in the IRL chat. If I feel like it, I buy a huge cheap vodka. Oh my god. Wait, I need to sneeze. Never mind, it went away. It might come back. If you shave, you get stopped at the casino. I'm trying to decide if I need to sneeze or not. Okay, it seems like it's not coming for now. We'll see. If I sneeze into the mic, I'm so sorry. It just means I wasn't fast enough to mute. I think I'm old enough to pass as old enough to drink. But I'm also not sure because I got asked for my ID trying to buy alcohol. You're gonna expose yourself, Lily, not in chat. No titties on Twitch. I was out drinking, already drunk as hell. We went to a park. My mate was like, wanna schmook? I was like, fuck it, had some. And oh my god, everything was spinning. And if I looked straight, the world would start flying up every time I blinked. Eventually, the skate ramp became messy. I thought I was dying. But now I know my levels and can handle it. Not titties? Okay, not titties. You know what? I got catfished into thinking Lily was sending titties in the DM. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. I just got jump scared. Oh. Why's my nose running? I thought you spilled. Like pedo. It was the worst and best in a way. Yeah, it sounds like it. Surprising that you remembered any of it, Lily. Do people call that spilled? Wait, what? Do people call what spilled? Hassan, did you send the Habibi video to Dan? You spilled acetone? Wait, what? I don't know if people call that. No, I didn't pee though. Oh my god. So I got a fright. I can't pick it up now. Not that you guys can see it anyway. So Ray put a post-it note. So okay, so no, not the song, Hassan. It wasn't the song. It was the joke. What do you call someone who's nice to you? I think, or something like that. Anyway, jargon. The thing I was... Not jargon. Everyone can listen to the story. It's not only for jargon. Ray ordered stuff a while ago on Take-A-Lot, right? Which is like our version. What is this? Oh my god. I love Andy. Don't tell him though. So Take-A-Lot is like Amazon, right? It's online buy stuff. Yeah. Ray ordered some things from Take-A-Lot a while ago. And he got it now. Today, in fact. I collected it from the delivery lady. And he ordered 2 of those shaky cups. You know, like those gym bros take the shaky cups to gym with the muscle juice. So he ordered 2, but he only got 1. Cupcake, understand? A Cupcake knows the shaky juice, yeah? The muscle juice. So he only got 1. And he was like, what the fuck? And then in the looking for the second one, we see in the bottom of the box is like a packet of post-it notes, post-it sticker, the post-its. So we don't like, what a weird thing to be in the box. We didn't even order them. I don't know where they came from. But he asks me for a pen later on. I'm like, what do you need a pen for? You're Natty? I'm also Natty. That's what my little sister calls me. Because my name's Natalie. She calls me Natty. So he writes on a post-it note with one of my pens. Poop. And he sticks it on my screen. But because it's so hot in my room, I think the glue like melted. And it fell off. And it landed, it like fluttered down and landed on my desk. And that's what gave me a fright. Like 10 minutes ago, I don't remember when I got the fright. But anyway, that's why I got a fright. That's why you guys are asking me if I'm okay. That's how long it took me to tell the story. Oh my god. Anyway. We're here now. We know now why I got a fright. We're good. Okay. So... we got there, okay? We got to the conclusion of the story. Is that I got a fright from the post-it note that fell out. It says poop, by the way. You guys want to see it? Ray's got beautiful handwriting. If I can take a picture of it. Christ. Thank God my phone has got a face recognition, because if it didn't, I would have a lot of trouble trying to unlock my phone. So if you want to steal my phone, you're gonna have to steal my face as well. But please don't need that. What? Please don't do that because I need it. Please don't need that because I do that. Anyway, there's the post-it note that made me poop on myself. This is fine. You love nut stories, you get 10 more. It's because like it's not a situation by itself. It's not like an isolated story. There's like things happening around the story and it all converges into the main story. So you have to tell all the side stories as well so that everyone has every piece of the puzzle. Because if you leave out the side stories, people are going to be like, okay, but why was there a post-it note? Why was a sucker on your computer? Why, you know? You know? You need the side stories. Did you need to know about the shaker cups? Probably not, but I went there anyway. It was part of the story. It was a journey. If I steal your phone, I'll factory reset it. What the fuck? I have pictures of Sky on there. You don't care about my data? I care. There's pictures of Sky on there. I need those pictures. My uncle and his wife came to visit 2 hours ago. They brought... Is it kunafa? Is that the one with the nuts on it? I'll steal your face and leave your phone. No! I need my face. Back it up before then. You know what? I do need to back up my phone because my... What is the picture storage thing for iPhone is fucking shot. So... I need to clear up my iPhone storage thing so I can store more pictures. iCloud, yeah. My phone keeps reminding me. It's like, it's been 84 years since you backed up your iCloud because your iCloud is full. So please pay us money so your iCloud is bigger so that we can back up your pictures. And I'm like, no thank you, I don't want to. And they're like, okay, but you have 3,249 pictures that have not been backed up. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm not paying you more money. Thank you. Goodbye. I didn't even know Verns had... Verns? Phones? Have a reverse setting? What's the reverse setting? What? I'm a queen. Back it up, Terry! Son. The sweet thing in Discord. Put it in reverse. No, Lily, you're not allowed to drive. Let alone reverse. You cause enough damage when you drive. Just imagine the damage you'd cause when you reverse. Please. No more driving, Lily. Spare us. Lily's allowed to drive. I don't want my car anymore. Lily will take care of it for you. Just park near her. No, you don't even need to be driving near her. Just park near her. Oh my god. You need a new friend. Do I drink more? Do I finish the bottle? Oh god. Okay, we're playing a game, guys. I don't know if you remember this.
そういえば、私とコレイさんを除いたら、ここにいるのってみんな女性の騎士だね。
Mm-hmm.
前に聞いたことはあったけど、こんな若い騎士がいるのを見て。
Wait! I just realized, Jargon! Wait! Jargon! I can't hold my head up. I just subscribed. I just realized I subscribed to Andy on my wrong account. Anyway, this is fine. I'll damage control later. What is this? $144p, bro. Please be serious. At his PC, shooting his teammates in Apex. When out of the corner of his eye, sees it. A thread hanging from his shirt. The thread cannot persist. It must meet its end. Kai reaches for his samurai sword, but stops. Pause. Interjection. Kai has a samurai sword. Weeb shit. No, I must keep it sharp so I'm prepared for invaders. Kai's eyes drift across his desk for another solution. His chat says, use the scissors, Kai. But he doesn't see it because Kai never reads chat correctly. He finally sees the scissors for himself and praises his self-genius. Tell me you spend too much time in Kai's chat without telling me you spend too much time in Kai's chat. Why did no one else think of this? He must be the first. He grabs the scissors as a starving child reaches for a bit of bread. He pulls them back and makes the anime swishing noises himself. Yep, that sounds like Kai. He pulls apart the blades and reaches for the thread. It is about to finally be over. He closes the blades and then nothing. He hears nothing. His friends have abandoned him. He hears only silence. This is what he deserves. You're not making this better, mate. That was 10 out of 10. Oh, Andy. Andy's a marvelous creature. Can we get a shout-outy for Andy on all of his accounts? On all of them. Because he has several. You don't know all of them? Hassan, do you know all of Andy's accounts? Because I keep wanting to follow them, but I also don't want to be a creepo and be like, Andy's gonna be like, how did she find this? Anyway, Andy is lovely. Get on in there, please and thank you. I think he hasn't streamed on his Genshin Impact player stream for a while, but account, but he has streamed on other places. That was a marvelous story that I read, and I love the if you look at the caption for the video. He's got in there narrator, story creator, and thread cutter. With all the links as well. I want to share this on Twitter. Hold on, give me a second. Guys, I'll get there. Guys, I can't. That was so good. Anyway. Cool. Moving swiftly along. We were playing the story for the event. Let's go. I'll stick it on auto again. You decided on Raiden? Hell yeah. I need my waifu. That video was fucking funny, man. Will you be going to the September Comic-Con? Comic-Con Africa? If I have money for it, yes. I will try my best to be there. Why are you gonna be there? Oh yeah? You buy my ticket? No, Lily. Maybe you'll be there? Oh. I'm gonna try my best to be there just because I would want to see my friends. They're not that expensive. Lily. You also Lily's drinking and she's high as a kite. She got the best of both worlds. She's fucking Hannah Montana-ing bullshit. What's Jotaku? She's gonna be in Cape Town. She's gonna need airfare. Yeah. I need to. When I was younger, I used to take the bus, but now I'm old and I don't think I have it in me to do a 22-hour bus trip from Cape Town to Johannesburg. So, you know. Oh, it's a convention? Oh, because it's Jordan and Otaku. You guys are so clever. I'm gonna try my best, because obviously I would want to see friends as well. Like, the people who live up here. The cosplay people. But yeah, I would need to fly up. I can probably stay with family, to be honest. So I'll see closer to the time. I might be job hunting in the next couple of months. Depending on things. Jamata. There are 2 Comic-Cons this year? Yes, there's the Cape Town Comic-Con, which is next month, and then there's the one in Johannesburg that's called Comic-Con Africa. These 2 little awkward babies. You thought it was just Cape Town? No, it's two different events. They're two separate events. Comic-Con Cape Town and Comic-Con Africa. It's two different events. I think organized by two different people. And yeah. Who is blackouts and why are they affecting your Genshin? Do we need to teach them a lesson? Despair! Guys, listen. So the organization or whatever it's called that does the service that handles our taxes has conveniently lost like records for something. But heaven forbid a citizen owe taxes. A drop in the ocean worth of taxes. Gotta pay taxes. I had to pay my taxes recently. It sucked. But heaven forbid I owe taxes. Whereas there was some corruption. You guys know how corrupt my country is. That's why the electricity is off most of the time. Heaven forbid I don't pay my drop in the ocean. These guys with a whole, like, bathtub worth of fraud. The revenue service, the tax man, conveniently loses their records. That was the most recent shit show that happened here that hit the news. And I was just like, are you being for serial? I've just paid my taxes only for money to get jipped into the nothingness. Fucking waste of oxygen, these people. They are stealing oxygen from everybody else who could be making much better use of it. Well and truly. Bathtubs are also how I measure levels of... Well, I said the tax that I'm paying is a drop in the ocean, right? It's nothing. It's incomparable to how many millions these people are stealing. It's ridiculous. Well and truly. But yes, a bathtub of fraud. That's what's going on. Also, I'm too sober for this. So these fart smellers, yeah. I need to drink more. Okay, let's put it back on auto. They are fart smellers. Yes, drink more! My eyes are just gonna be closed for the rest of the stream. Because I'm getting sleepy. Yo, we drinking on a Monday? Yes, we are. It's been a hell of a week, Despair. You're welcome to join us. Bean drinking. I went to a doctor with my brother today and I asked him about why I keep choking when I eat, and he said, get good. Oh my god. Why do you keep chew your food properly, Hassan? You're too busy eating quick so that you can get back to League of Legends. That's why you're choking on your food. To be fair, as someone who sits in a voice chat with Hassan frequently, on the regular, he does choke on his food a lot. But it's also a distinct possibility that it's because he keeps eating flamin' hot Cheeto sandwiches. So, you know, your throat has a skill issue. That as well. Not the throat goat, clearly. You're gonna crack one open? What are you having to spare? You can post it on the Discord. I posted my drink there. I don't say anything again. I've forgotten what I said. Moving swiftly along. What were you saying, Sucrose? Oh, fuck. I thought I was gonna get a quick escape with dialogue. Again? Sakura's abandoned me. She did! Cole's telling her life story? Ugh. I'm not here for sad times. I'm here for good times. That's why I'm drinking. To forget the sad times. I thought she said, why did she have to go do all that? And I was like, what, telling you her life story? It's a bit harsh. 8.5%? I don't know what that means, but mine says it's 13%. So get on my level, despair. I also don't really drink, so this is hitting me too hard. Oh my god. I need the alcohol to clear out the demons. Or something. That's what alcohol does, right? It burns the demons or something. Diet of the king. What, the flamin' hot Cheeto sandwiches? Your jaw will be cured after today? I wonder, actually. Because alcohol just makes everything a little bit loosey-goosey, yeah? You'll get shots out? What kind of shots? Shots, 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 shots. Fly prices went hella down. It's probably because South Africa's a shithole. Are you... Oh, you said BRB. I was gonna ask where you're staying, Lily. Oh, I was gonna ask where you stay in. Would you like stay at like a hotel or something? Or would you stay at like a friend? Ah. Is it expensive to rent an apartment? To rent an apartment just for a weekend? Do you mean like a hotel? Or like rent a room? Sambuca, Jaeger, or absinthe? Absinthe! Absinthe! Absinthe for Mondays. That's a lot of licorice flavors, right? I think he has a problem. A room? You mean like a hotel, Hassan? I don't know. It depends on what kind of hotel you go to. Just keep in mind that my currency is very weak compared to yours, so it might seem cheap for you. Mm. 5 star Hassan, I don't make enough money to know where the 5 stars even are, let alone how much they cost. You hate licorice too? Why do you have... What? You've got licorice, cough syrup, and hell on earth in a bottle. Why do you have those things? You'll do a shot of each and then drink your cider? Is it good to mix those things? Licorice is the best. Listen, Dan, this is exactly why we can be besties, right? Because if you have anything licorice flavored, I will not touch it. I literally will leave it all for you. You can have... I will give you the world of licorice. As long as you don't make me have any of it. We could be the best of friends. Right? Do you like olives? Old people love licorice. Yeah, Dan is an old man, but it's okay. He can be my bestie. You don't like olives? Oh my god, I fucking love olives. I'll give you all of my licorice, right? If you give me olives. Is it a deal? We'll be besties for life, man. When the apocalypse takes over, we can trade olives and licorice. 10 out of 10. That's the beginnings of a marvelous friendship.
チーズ味とトマト味があるんだよ。
Tomato?
チーズ味にするよ。
Cheese!
あの二人、景色を見てるみたいだね。
They're such cute babies.
一緒に遊ばないの？
一緒に遊
そ
ぼう。
の必要はないわ。あのまま二人で座っててもらいましょう。
Olive
そうだね。
for some oil.
コレイが今一番
You want oil, his son?
私たちじゃない。
Mixing alcohol is what gets you fucked up. That's why I do it. Listen, despair. I don't need to mix alcohol to get fucked up. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open right now.
何が違うの？全然違うよ。
Fair trade.
クレイももう少し大人になったらわかると思う。人ってね。
GG's Maxio one wobble wobble one. What is it? Either way, GG's friend.
私一人だけじゃ足りないんだよ。
Hmm. What happens? Does anybody know? If theoretically someone like me. Hello?
Maxio one wobble.
Maxio one wobble. Maxio one wobble. Maxio one wobble. Maxio one wobble. Maxio one wobble. Maxio one wobble. Theoretically, if someone like me who has no tolerance to alcohol were to chug a bottle of soju, which I don't think has that much alcohol content in it, what would happen? Would you feel really sick? You'd get fucked? No, I'm fucked with sipping it. Thank you very much. Would my body go into like panic mode and pass out? Who's this idiot? It's the kink mistress. Coup cake? Is he planning a coup? Mona? We like to drink with Tato because Tato's our mates. And when we drink with Tato, she gets it down to 8. She gets it down to 8. Down in 8. Wait, what is this? The words I'm not reading. Yeah, we all missed Cupcake. It was weird not having him here. Also, I'm so glad that I'm VTuber, not drunk with the face cam. Because I think the last time I got drunk, it was a face cam. And I was a poop. Last week was rough. It was. But it's okay, friend, because you made it out. You have 100% survival rate on bad weeks. Yeah? So keep going. Keep up that 100% survival rate. Depends on the person. Some people will vom. Others will stomach it and get absolutely sloshed. You look like you're sloshed already, Luke. Are you okay? I know I'm the one who's been doing the drinking, but you're the one who's doing the typing, and it looks like you're the one who's been doing the drinking. Why is Tato drinkies today? You know what? It's been a rough. Very simply, it's been a rough. That's the end of the sentence. You're a poo today as well. You're a poo as well, Dan. You're my bestie poo bud. Yeah? You're not my real mom? I did. You're supposed to be sleeping. You said goodnight like 3 hours ago. You don't stomach alcohol? Well, same actually. I don't stomach beer well, but everything else is golden. I don't drink beer because it smells like bread. Like, why am I drinking bread? I don't like beer. It has been rough, right? And it's only on Monday. You're using creative license. It's difficult keeping it 100% sometimes. No, that's fine, Llama. I mean, Cupcake, you're still here, so that's what matters. Was so busy myself, I thought I sent you a message, but I checked now and I didn't click send. Yo, I did that earlier when I was sending a picture of my booze on the Discord. I forgot to hit send, so the picture was just sitting there in the bar, and I was like, thanks, guys. And by thanks, guys, I mean thanks me. Thanks to my brain cells for not hitting send. You drink ones that smell like juice or smell like grass? Corona? I don't want no Corona, thank you very much. You keep your Coronas. You love bread? I love bread. In the solid form. I don't drink bread, though. You love a cocktail? I mean, sure, why not, man? Whatever floats your goat. You enjoy the strawberry soju? I'm drinking the green grape soju, Luke. I don't like the strawberry one because it's very sweet. But the green grape is really good, and the plum. I got stopped at the shop because they were like, you know this is alcohol, right? Can we have your ID? Same brain cell? Wait, for what? Beer? Beer is nasty, or what? That it smells like bread? That's why you like it? Okay, you know what? That's fair. I like the green grape one because it tastes like green grape, so... You know. Is there another reason to like it? I'm very scared. I have a plain one in the fridge and I don't want to drink it. Can someone tell Hooded I can't talk to him until tomorrow because he's not sleeping? Yeah, everyone just ignore Hooded because he's not actually here. He's from the future and he's supposed to be asleep now, so we're just going to pretend that he's not here. Hooded, if you're here, you have to drink with us. You can't be sober. This is a drinking stream now. So if you're sober, get out. And if you're not legal to drink, also get out, because this is an 18+ stream. Unless you're American, in which case I'll pardon the 19, 20-year-olds. Lily's with me. I know Lily's with me. Jargon's drinking. I know Despair said something about booze, so I'll take that as a pass. So if you're not drinking, get out. 21+ stream. No, Jargon, this is not America, okay? You can be 18 and drunk in South Africa. Thank you very much. You're white on the inside? What are you saying? You drank bleach? You should be red and pink and I'm sure there's yellow bits inside of us or something. You should not be white on the inside. No booze in the house? That's fine, Cupcake. I pardon you because you're a pretty muffin. You're a coconut? I didn't know! Why did I read that? Oh. Hooded? You don't have booze in the house? It sucks to be you, man. Go sleep, Coconut. We're just gonna call you Hooded Coconut from now on. You're gonna... Hold on, wait. Do you guys know Animal Crossing characters? This is Hooded. What is her name? Fuck. Animal Crossing. Is her name just not Coco? I'm pretty sure it's Coco. The Hooded Coconut? Yeah, he's a Hooded Coconut. He's a little bunny, actually. And he's a girl now. So, sorry to say. It's been decided. Do you guys know Coco? She's literally a little coconut. She's a coconut bunny. See, it even says it's Coco time. Coconutty! Chocolatey! There we go. This is Hooded. This is actually his ID photo. Sorry to dox you on stream. Hooded. Creepy? You can't just call people creepy, Dan. What the fuck? This is his new ID book. That was the old one. He doesn't need his glasses anymore. He's okay now. His eyes are working. Why are you dead? Are you dead? Son. about as much going on behind those eyes as there is behind mine. You want the babe back? Look, see, I googled earlier. Not Coco. Yeah, we got tickle bitties. It's okay. Let's. Oh, you know what? I was gonna click fan art, but maybe that's not actually a good idea. Maybe that's the worst idea I've possibly ever had. Yeah, we got some boobies for Dan. What kind of boobies do you like, Dan? Where's the booba? Do you want these boobies? Chotomate. Let's go nice boobies. Where's good? Oh, there we go. Good. 3/4 view boobies. There we go. Get banned in Twitch speedrun. It's covered boobies. Oh wait, do you mean if I clicked on the fan art one? Yeah. That's why I had a moment of clarity just before I clicked on it. I was like, wait a second. Chotomate. Don't click. We're good. Okay. Someone tell Jargon to talk to me. Click the fan art. You want me to get banned? Ha, unbelievable. Fully believable. I once used Snapchat to swap faces with a toothbrush holder and I looked similar. Do you still have the toothbrush holder, Jargon? Can you send me a picture? Just curious. If I missed any messages, apologies. How can I police your stream and not follow my own laws? Wait, about what? Oh! Because it's 18 plus, okay? This stream is 18 plus. It was in a store! You're gonna have to go back, Jargon. I know we all used Snapchat like 20 years ago, but you're gonna have to go back. Fan art is safe? I severely doubt that. Have you seen the badonkadonks on this woman? The honky tonks and the badonkadonks. I'm not looking at the fan art. Besides one? Yeah, look, it only takes one. It only takes one bottle of soju to mess up a potato, apparently, because, yeah, anyway. Let's continue drinking. Am I allergic to alcohol? Because my nose always gets blocked. And I was sniffing like crazy earlier. It's like plantages, but it's... Coco! JK. It's alcohol instead. Don't people use Snapchat? I don't use Snapchat. Do you know why? Because they fucking snitches. Also, hi OnlyFans. Snitches get stitches. And I almost said OnlyFans. I don't know about OnlyFans. But Snapchat exposes you. If you screenshot a conversation... Listen. If the other apps that I used to speak to people told the other person when you screenshot their conversation, I would have no friends. Jargon and I would not be friends. Because I screenshot all the funny shit we say and I send it to other people. I'm like, look what Jargon said. I send it to Mao all the time. And every time Mao's response is, I love him. Why are you screenshotting people's chat? Because people say funny things to me. And since I talk to Jargon the most, he is the biggest victim of being screenshotted. We would not be friends because I screenshot half of our conversations. He says funny shit. Should I not share it? Should I not tell other people that he said something funny? Apologies, Jargon. I haven't given anyone your credit card details yet. I still have it safe. It's stored on my cloud services. Coconut, you have no say is bitch. Is it okay if we call you Coconut? Hooded or Coconut now? I'm probably still gonna call you Hooded because I'm gonna drink enough to forget this evening, but it's okay. Why are you screenshotting people's chats? Listen here! I am the drama, as Mao says. No, because you know what? People say funny shit all the time. Or things coincide really well. because Jargon and I share a brain cell, we'll often say the same thing, or like we respond to each other as we send the message. Something happened today. Was it today or was it yesterday? I sent Mao something from Jargon. Let me go look. Because it was fucking funny. What did he say? Nay, Brew, why can't I find it now? I'm like looking at all the pictures. Oh, I was spamming Mao this weekend with like all the things on my desktop. Oh, right. So I said, I can't remember what Jargon and I were talking about. And Jargon said to me, to be honest, it's more the tinnitus. I'm fucking old, man. And so I responded to his message and I was like, I have this too. An old man, I mean. He's my friend. And I was referring to Jargon. So he calls me a cheeky shit. So I thought that was funny. I screenshot it and I sent it to Mao. And that's when he was like, I love Jargon. Anyway. I love screenshotting stupid shit like that. I want the screenshot message so I can get the ego boost. Oh, I just told you. Sorry, I scrolled up now. You love Jargon. He's here. Hiel Rios. Mao, are you also drinking? Jargon is hilarious, that's true, but why is he ignoring me? It's because you're supposed to be asleep. Did you read my message and react to it twice? Shut up. I don't want to know how many times I have sent Tato screenshots of people being shit people. Oh, yeah. Find a cosplay for her is low-key a challenge. Oh, yeah. I feel like maybe she's not too popular, so it might be a bit harder to find an outfit for her. Look at them tickle bitties, though. Almost can't see her belly. I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. Did anyone else follow the story? Do I need to show the screenshots? Okay. Tomate. Kudasai. I open it then. I open a picture. Where if I find Mao's name. Where is this motherfucking message? How far up do I have to scroll? Oh, here it is. Yeah, you see. So I'll open in the browser and then I show the browser. There we go. This is the message, yeah? This is me and Jargon. Taiko! Have you guys seen a picture of Taiko? It's Mao's little baby dog. Woof woof. I could cosplay that. I've got some great badonkadonks. You do? You got a man badonkadonks? Madonkadonks? Mamonkamonks? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this was the conversation we were having. I forgot we were playing Genshin. Anyway, boobies. 10 out of 10. This is the angle at which I want to see boobies. It's a good angle to see boobies. You're gonna pull what off, Lily? You know for sure you're gonna pull her off? Oh boy. It's like looking in the mirror. You got the same boobies. You disappointed by these boobies? What's going on? Am I not following the chat? This is me. This is me. Shenhe boobies. Every time. That's all I see. Okay, guys, let's focus for a second. Ah, jump scare coconut. We're playing Genshin, in case you forgot, because I did. It's a boob mirror? Oh my god. Why are we being so sassy today? I'm always sassy. What are you talking about?
少なくともそこで
I'm just,
よりかは元気に過ごしてたな。
そんなこと言わないでくれ。
I have
人
alcohol.
生を謳歌するために頑張ってるんだから。
よく言えたものですね。もしこのシスター
Mao, I haven't followed any of the story.
今頃重傷を負って最悪死んでたかもしれないんですよ。
Fuzzy levels of sassy? No, I could never reach fuzzy levels of sassy. That boy is something else. This is very tame in comparison. Fuzzy is fuzzy.
確かに手間はかかっていませんね。
Fuzzy go too
手を
fuzzy.
持ち上げるだけでティマイオスが落っこちそうになってたのを救ってましたし。何があったんだ？ティマイオスが崖から落ちそうになってたのか？
うん、実は
Clink clink, bitches. Is your glass empty? Because it should be, so that you can refill it.
彼女は先生の番を見ると危険な目に遭う可能性があるから山には登らない方がいいとアドバイスしてくれた。
けど、お前は登ったんだな。
What seems to be the opposite problem?
やらなければならないことがあったからね。
No!
はあ、
I have only
大切な人に花を贈るためだ
2
け
more
に
sippies.
命を捨てるんですか？
さすがにこういう場所で
My glass is empty, but that's because you've got no booze. Do you drink though, Hooded?
僕だってこんなことになるとは思ってなかったんだ。
Are you allowed to drink? I feel like you're not allowed to drink. You don't need a glass. Drink that shit from the bottle. That's true. To be fair, I should have been drinking it out the bottle. But we have a dishwasher, so gotta fill that bitch up somehow.
ウィンドブルーム祭は愛を渇望するモンド人のためのものだろ。僕はその愛を追い求めるために来たんだ。
Coconuts can't drink? Yeah. Actually, not coconuts specifically, because you put the lime in the coconut and you drink it all up. But Hooded is not allowed to drink. Alcohol is taboo. I didn't know it was taboo, but I didn't think he was allowed to. Because he's a vegetarians. It's not because he's vegetarian that he can't drink, but it's because his beliefs, yeah. Words. You know what I'm saying. Same page. Possibly different book, but same page. Pardon. Y'all didn't hear that. Y'all did not hear nothing. Oh, shit. Chicken and macaroni. Chicken with the homies. Chicken with, chicken with. Chicken with the homies. Chicken. I can't. Chicken and macaroni. Chicken with the homies. Papa T! No ways, man. Papa T has become a daddy all over again for the 3rd time. Goddamn. Papa T. How is Mama doing? Sorry, how are you doing also? But how's Mama doing? How's the little angel? Guys, Papa T's daughter is so, so cute. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Chicken shit. Did I say chicken shit? Nani? I don't know what you mean, Dan. Anyway, Papa T, I've been drinking. So, yeah. That's why I couldn't sing. I'm sorry. Delusional? I'm not delusional, thank you. I'm well grounded in reality. You're a chicken shit, Dan. Okay. Chotto mate. When I played this, I took a screenshot of when they said we are faring better than this man on the ground and named it saving this for when Nat reads this as farting. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jargon. I'm so sorry. Papa T! Multiple tabs on stream now. It echoes. Yeah, close it. Just close all of them, Stitch. It's okay. I'm drunk. You don't need to be here. It's fine. Did you have a good stream, Papa? And how's Mama doing? Mama T. No, Papa. Papa T, Mama B, and baby V. Oh, that's cute. I can barely understand what Tato is saying.
Water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right
right
now. I do not have water. I have a glass that has a clear liquid in it, but I'm not sure if it's water. Okay, that was water. Okay. Wonder how long it'll stay that way. That you can't understand me? Heat some water and drink it? No, I can't be asked to go heat up water to drink it. Thank you very much. I do have room temperature water. This is a hint. What do you mean? Alcohol is wet, so it should hydrate. Yes! There's water in it. This is only 13% alcohol, right? Which means the rest of it is water. This is so funny. Is it still echoing, Stitch? This water, right? The rest of it's water. So I'm actually not drinking a lot of alcohol at all. That is mostly correct. By hydrate, we mean see off the glass. I mean, I'm only pouring a little bit at a time. I'm not drinking straight out of the bottle like an animal. All I'm saying is them syllables be starting to join one another. What's the syllables? Silly balls. Okay, we finished the glass. I think we might only have 2 more. Point made. Listen, it's been a Monday, yeah? We all deserve a little drinkies. More clinks. No, that didn't sound nice. Ah. Clink, clink. Clink, clink with my lily. Who's drinking with me? Does anybody else want a clink, clink? Jargon was drinking a beer. And Despair was drinking a beer, I think. Who else needs a clink, clink? You want clink, clink? What are you drinking, Mal? No, Coke don't count. You need a clink, clink, Stitch? It do be a Monday. Someone said, Luke, are you having a gin? Clink, clink. Who else needs a clink, clink? Mama, what you having? Mama, Coke don't count. Lily gets another clink, clink. Wink, wonk, clink, clonk. If you have enough clink, clonk, you can get the wink, wonk. Cookies and cream. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can you clink my head? Why you want clink? Hooded? Hooded needs a steak and a beer. Although I don't like beer, so maybe I wouldn't give you a beer, but... Beer? I wouldn't give you beer.
Wink wonk clink clonk schlink schlonk.
No! Cupcake! No schlink schlonk. Not on a Monday. Clink crash when you clink too hard. I've never clonked the clink too clonky. I don't know about you, man. Hooded should sleep? I agree. It's like... after midnight, I think. Wait. Don't I have the time on my phone? A steak and a beer? Yeah, you need a steak and a beer, man. Did I add the time on my phone? I have a bunch of time zones on my phone so I can see when all my friends are awake. If it's like a decent time to send people messages. Do you have different time zones in India? Oh my god, it's like 1:30. Go to sleep! Get the fuck out of here! Listen, guys, my favorite thing about India is that they're a half time zone. Because not only Look at that. Do you know what time it is for me now? It's 10. It's like 4 minutes to 10. They are a half hour. So not only are they making my life difficult by being in the future, but they're making my life difficult by being a half hour in the future as well. So like, you know. Anyway. This is fine. It wasn't hard enough to do math anyway. No body clipping this moment. No clips. Clips are disabled in this stream. Ain't no body clipping nothing. We don't have clips here, actually. We don't clip in this channel. You have Clink the Clonk too clanky and the glass went crash. It didn't go clunk? I should also head to bed. You need to be up at 5 AM tomorrow. You should have been asleep an hour ago, Stitch. Get out of here. Just have sweet dreams for me, please. Mine are not going to be sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you. Get out of here. Go sleep. We have to clip the whole stream. No, only stream where I... Only clip where I started drinking. Good night, Stitch. Be gone. Hello, Oni-chan. Konbanwa, Oni-chan. O genki desu ka? I don't remember what Monday is. You cosplay? I do. I'm reading messages, I promise. What's 77 and 33? Those are numbers. That's a mathematical equation. Despair. 77 plus 33 is a mathematical equation. Do you know the answer? Why are you asking me if I know what it is? Quick math. You know, my favorite thing about British people is that they don't say the TH in math correctly. They say math. I don't know if... I hope Kai's not still here, but like, when we were talking about that math joke before, he was like, maths debating, and I'm like... Maths doesn't have an F in it. Excuse me? Hello, Lily? I know you're here, sweetheart. Do you also maths debate? Lily? I also have a piece of paper that says I'm British, Lily. Do you want to take this outside? I have a piece of paper that says I'm British. Do you want to take this outside? Do I need to send you the proof? Just me and you? Let's go. Let's go, baby. We'll take this outside. It's an expired piece of paper, but it's still a piece of paper. Yeah? It's technically a book that says I'm British. Baby, let's go. We take this outside. We go talk about maths. Anyway, British people can't say maths with a th. They say maths. So Kai was like, maths debating? Yeah, you get the point. Anyway, moving swiftly along. I missed messages. I don't remember what Monday is. If you drink enough, you'll forget what Monday is. I need to do a drunk Tato Kakakana test? No. Because you know what? I was actually trying to read Kakakana today and it was very difficult. I read Logic something. It was a song that Ray was listening to. I'm like, why are you listening to weeb shit? Anyway, English people don't know how to say maths. Also, Despair, you're also British, but what flavor of British are you? Because British is very vague. I'm English British. You heard it so wrong. No, the intention was to say it wrong. You say maths, Lily. Send me a voice note right now of you saying maths. With a... Not a... Maths. Quick maths. They say Kai says maths. I think it's very endearing. I'm not saying this like to be mean to him. Bless him. We love Kai. But some British people say the TH is a F sound. And it's just how they speak. A farmer type British? What does that mean? Guys, I'm in South Africa. I'm very far away. I don't know what that means. Okay, so Hooded, this is a bit of lore from another channel. If you don't know Kit Kai G, he's a British English streamer. British English? Oh. Anyway. Yeah, boy, Kai got baited into saying something. Like, what was it? Something like, I don't know, Jargon, I don't know if you have the clip, but basically the clip was like, I like, and it was listing subjects, yeah? So it was like, I like English and debate, or English debating and something else. And the person was like, substitute English with maths. So Kaya was like, okay, I like maths debating. And as soon as he said it, he was like, shit. But it obviously got clipped. He likes to math debate. Exactly. So that was the joke, right? So that I was watching another streamer, Naren, who is the reason why I know half of the ding-dongs in my chat right now, because that's where they're from. I accidentally met Nay. I fell in love with her. And then I met all of the crackheads that are in this chat currently. So, skill issue. Hassan's one of those crackheads, actually. Dan is one of those crackheads. Despair is one of those crackheads. Yeah, they're all from Nene, Papa Nay, or Kai. Not all, no, but a lot of you. Luke, you're an IRL. I don't think I've ever met you, Luke. I don't remember if I don't think I've met you though. But you're a crackhead, but you're a crackhead from here. Hooded is a crackhead from Sid, yes. I think I'm the only one from over there. I think you are. Fozzie is from Vic. Mm-hmm. Mao is just an IRL crackhead. Anyway, I still love all you guys, regardless of where your crackhead origin is. You're all still appreciated here. Thank you, crackhead Johnny, for the Lokis. If you're here, you're a crackhead. Just an IRL crackhead? Just? Yeah, in other words, you didn't come from some dodgy corner of the internet. Hydrate? I refuse. I'm gonna hydrate with alcohol.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
I'm gonna finish this glass, and I'm gonna pour... Oh, no. There's only one left. Okay. I'm blasting my second last blast. Yeah? Load shedding! No! Grand Pixie, I'm sorry. Get out of here, though. Go, go. I hope you sorted out all your things. I hope you charged all your devices and boiled your kettle if you want tea before bed. But take care, Grim Pixie! Bye, 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 bye. Your crackhead origin is weirdly similar to Batman's origins. Nani? Nani the fuck? Batman's origins is that you came from Nay's stream? I can't. South Africans in the chat, don't speak. Don't say anything about the word Nay. Ow! Ow. We're still playing Genshin. Hold on. It just means sewing. Nai means sewing. Nai is to sew, yes. Couldn't possibly mean anything else. My favorite thing is Vitato blinking out of sync. Because I'm assuming it's just Vitato. It's just Tato struggling to blink. No, my eyes are mostly closed, to be fair. So the struggling to blink is me struggling to open my eyes. Christ. had one bottle.
私たちは手がかりを見つけたら
I'm not wink-wonking at this point. I'm
それをメールボックスに入れればいいのね
fighting for my life over here. Do you see the island in the distance here? This is Crab Island. Do you guys know Crab Island? Have you been to Crab Island before? There's crabs there. Should I say the word again? Night! Blink blonk, stink stonk. Tink tonk, wink wonk. You got crabs there. I got loads of crabs there. Stop it!
聞いていませんから勝手にその人の話を始めようとしないでください
Hanashio!
バレたか。
手がかりが必要でしたら
The word? You mean Winky? I don't think we're drunk enough to talk about Winkies.
君たち忙しいんでしょこれ以上引き止めないから行きなさい
行きなさい。
よしとりあえず戻ってみんなと合流しようぜ
ババソー
もちろん。
How do you not like the cabbage frog? Imagine being a person that's like, no, I like the little fire lizard better. Or the water turtle. When you could pick the cabbage frog instead. There's a limit after which you start talking about Winkies. No. I feel like I should only really talk about Winkies with Ray. I don't want to talk about other people's Winkies. Thank you. We talk about the wink wonks though, because I do the wink wonks. Poop? Poop! We don't speak about winkies here, but poop is a go all the time. Listen, we poop every day. Do we winky every day? We don't. We poop. We poop every day. I hope you guys poop every day. I know some people. I know some people don't poop. Some people poop once a week. But I think there's something wrong with them. Thank you! I just got jump scared! Are you out? He's looking at you like... Oh, I just got jump scared by Ray. Did the stream die? Guys, listen. Did the stream die or we could? I got a jump scare because Ray came into my room, but he came bearing cheese puffs. Oh, Luke, have a good evening. Sweet dreams to you and Eva. Try not to laugh, cheese puffs. Cheese puffs are very funny, I'll have you know. Should we just finish off what we've got and then we'll eat the cheese puffs? Hydrate alert. I will hydrate before doo-doos because I'm an adult person. And I will hangover tomorrow if I don't have water in my body. So yes, I will hydrate. Thank you. Nana's just straight up vibing. She's like this bitch drunk on a Monday. Drunken Sons of the Forest. I can't stream it. Guys, I have a very old graphics card. It's a No, my power's going out at 12, Mal. Transjester, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Sorry you have to see me like this. Apologies. Drunken horror games. You know what? I actually do need to do horror games drunk again because I don't think I can play horror games sober. Because unfortunately when I'm sober, apparently I become desensitized to them and it's very boring afterwards. So... You're in love with my model? Thank you. It was actually a free model on Twitter. I don't know if you are a VTuber as well, if you'd be interested in checking it out. But I will happily... No! Don't look at my browser! Shh, shh, shh. Close it. There we go. I will happily share it with you if you are a VTuber, if you wanna... Sorry, Oh, thank you, Mao. Okay, so that's the person who made it. It's a free-to-use one. It's... very cool, very customizable. The only thing I don't have on my model is the little leaf because my character's a tanuki, but she's very cute, right? And it's very customizable. You're hoping to be one eventually? Hell yeah. This is a free one that you can use. If you do want to take a look at it, please do. They're wonderful. The creator's wonderful. I know they did an update like a while ago, but it's a very nice free to use model. You can support the creator if you're able to, but it is otherwise a free model, so it is very nice to use. But yeah, it's a very cute style. Apologies, I'm a little bit drinky at the moment, that's why I'm giggling so much, but I'm trying to somewhat be composed. I'm not doing very well. Anyway, guys, what are we saying? Vitero also looks drunk? Nay. She does. She don't got blushy cheeks. She's okay. A little bit? Hassan, please don't call out your mother on stream. Also, yes, my power's going out at 12, so I can't stream the other game, whatever it's called, the cannibal game, because my graphics card is a poo-poo, but you know, it's okay. I forgot what we were talking about. We were talking about cheese puffs. Ray bought me a bowl of cheese puffs. I would show you guys, but I'm a VTuber, so... No. I didn't look drunk. You guys can't tell. It's just because I'm giggling a lot. It's cool, we have a trigger word now for the laughing fit. What's the laughing fit? What's the trigger? Huh? What do you mean? We were talking about how wholesome I am. Hassan, you're not wholesome at all. You keep learning dirty words in other streams and then bringing them here. You dump them all out if you tried. Oh, the cheese puffs? Yeah, maybe it's better that I don't show you guys the cheese puffs. Chanting, show us the puffs. You want? It's just cheese puffs, Bean. You live in South Africa. You don't need to see the puffs. Just Google cheese puffs. You live here. You probably had cheese puffs in your lifetime. If 1997 is any indicator of your age, then you have had cheese puffs at some point in your life. We saw those screenshots. What screenshot? What? Screenshots? I showed you guys screenshots earlier. Where's my screenshots? I'm not giving you guys free screenshots anymore. If you want screenshots from me, you have to provide screenshots as well. Please give me the beef. I want the beef. I want the tea. Yeah? Teebs puffs. We're having Teebs puffs and soju tonight. Hassan is being sassy. Hassan is always sassy. Hassan is the sassiest person who doesn't want to see a naked person. So he's very sus. Just that alone makes him very sus. He wants to perceive... He doesn't want to perceive naked people, but he wants to become a doctor. Oh, you're not in South Africa? Do you know what? You can have the Cheeto puffs instead then. The Cheeto balls. Cheese balls. Teddy wants the beef. I would like the lamb. No! Lamb is expensive. Can I clip that? Why? What did I say? Okay, what are we doing? We're still playing this game, right? Minted lamb. No! Lamb is expensive. Lamb is not for pavos, Lily. Lamb is expensive. You want the fish? You guys are being a hella fussy. For a bunch of bums. Where am I supposed to source all of these things? You have very high expectations for a person who looks like a sketch. Let me just tell you that now. You have very high expectations for the menu. How about I give you drawings of these things instead in black and white, not even flavored, unseasoned sketches of a lamb chop. I feel like lamb chops are probably very common here. Like, I don't know. We're all the bums now. You're a sketch, just draw the food. No, I am the sketched, actually. It's not my responsibility to draw the food. I am the drawn. Lamb is nice but expensive. It is! Lamb is so good. It's so fatty. If you have like a cold, bad streamer, must I draw you food? Okay, let's draw food. Paint! I don't know what a lamb chop looks like though, so you guys are gonna have to let me Google quick. Chotto mate kudasai. I draw lamb chop. That's the only lamb you get. Animals! We do a puzzle? Wait, I need to draw meat for my people. Okay. This is probably the best thing I could possibly draw for you guys. Let me give me a second. I need to share screen. Window, paint. Yeah, we're gonna draw lamb chops. Draw animals from memory. Ehe tenanda yo. Why am I bad streamer, Lily? Do it from memory. I want to see what the outcome is. Okay. Chotto mate kudasai. I can read hiragana. I can't read katakana though. Hi Smurf, happy Monday it is now. How are you, Smurf? Yes, we're drawing meat. I'm drawing a lamb chop. There is a bone like that. Something like that. In the lamb chop, I think. It may have a joint like over there. I'm not too sure. You can buy a lamb of leg. You gonna buy me a lamb? You gonna buy me a lamb of leg? A leg of lamb to propose? Yes. It looks like a feet. If this is what your foot looks like, you maybe need to go see a doctor, Hassan. I'm just saying. What is Tato's drinking? Soju. Soju. I don't know how they say it. She read the hiragana. Yes, I can read hiragana. I cannot read the katakana. Fat is too big. Nay, the fat is like a little slinky dinky on the edge here. Yeah? This is the bone here. And this is the fat here, right? On the edge, there's a fat. It's very nice fat. There's a bone. Yes. There's a little bone. It's a little annoying bone. And then there's like 3 bites of meat on a lamb chop. It looks like a T-bone. Shoujo lamb chop? A girly lamb chop? I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. We don't eat a lot of lamb in South Africa. Well, no, that's a lie. I don't eat a lot of lamb in South Africa. Maybe I'd eat it more in another country where it's cheap. But in South Africa, it's really expensive. Anyway, a lot of the time, when you Google lamb, it looks like this. Ha 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 Hana gas ski des. Ha 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 ha. How many ha-has is there? Hi Spawn! That's not sus. No, it's a lamb. I'm telling you now, it's a lamb chop. If you Google lamb chop, yeah, it's like, no, that's too short. And it's very big in this area. It's okay if it's big in that area. I'm just saying, like, the thing I was trying to draw is like this. It's a lamb chop. Okay? If you Google lamb chop, these are the shapes that you're gonna get. Some lamb chops are like you draw a lot of lamb chops, Smurf. No! No! Hold on. Google. Hey Google. Hey Google, show me a lamb chop. Cha-chang! Oh, what's that? Is that the shape that Tato drew? Oh, what's that? Is that the shape that... Oh! Looking a little dumb, aren't we? Huh? Looking a little stupid? This is lamb chop. Don't at me. Lamb chop. Thank you, Google. You may leave the building. Lamb chop. Anyway. Don't at me, Dan. I'll ban you. You already got banned once tonight. I'll ban you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Wa. Wa. Ga. Ski des. Haha. Haha. Haha ski des. I like flowers. I love flowers. Okay, we're done with reading that. Whatever. That looks like a man with a wig. It's actually, this is Dan, and he has these little, like, little ski goggle thingies. Man, he's going skiing. Dan is now a potato-shaped person. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Would draw again. You gotta figure out ha-ha-wa, ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha, gaskides. I don't know. That's a lamb chop? I already read that one. My Steam name is I Draw Peepees. Peepees is code for lamb chop. Exactly! These are the shapes that I drew. We just perceived that this is the shape of a lamb chop. Even this one. Which is not at all like the other drawings. So it's fine. Google. Hey, Google. Hey, Google. Lamb thigh. Did you say lamb thigh? That's our big old boy. This is so when you play RPGs and they're like, this is a piece of meat. This is the thing that they use for the piece of meat. Hey Google. This is in RPGs. This is the meat that you find laying around. I am going to take a sip. I draw lamb chops on people who ask me to put henna on them. Spawn. You draw pee-pee on people? I mean, you draw lamb chops on people? How dare you? I tabbed out. I come back. What the fuck is this? We're drawing lamb chops, Lily. You know lamb chops? We're drawing lamb. I want to Google kindred lamb thighs. Don't do it, Hooded. You're gonna see something that you are not old enough to see. None of us are old enough to see it. Your Google Home is having a seizure. Hey, Google! Jargon, is your Google working? Hey, Google, play Despacito. ×2 speed. Bow!
Hey Alexa, Google lamb thigh.
Hey, Google! You're on headphones today? Did she... Oh. She didn't work? Hey, Google! If I shout it really loud, do you think she'll hear me through the headphones? Okay, Jargon, I'm not gonna say anything sassy, but can you turn up the volume for like a quick second? I'm gonna whisper something to you. You got Alexa? Lily, I'm on speakerphone. I mean speaker. Speakerphone? Are we on the phone call? Okay, guys, I'm out of juice now. I'm gonna take the last Spiggy Swoo. Headset? Okay. Go tell Alexa to Google BBC. Clear throat. You Google any triggers from an Indian accent? Okay, I'm not gonna do that. That is... no. Speakerphone, shut up. I've just ripped the plug out. You ain't playing that shit through mine. The aggression? Petition for a monthly drinking stream? You guys are gonna turn me into an alcoholic. Monthly drinking stream? I guess I don't do cosplay streams anymore, so I might as well do something. The only problem is time zones exist, and when I... What is this meat stream? Okay, listen, Nymphu. Listen. Nymphu. I was drawing lamb chops, yeah, and everyone was saying they look sussy. Okay, ignore the one in the middle. That's Dan now. But I was saying lamb chops are like this shape sometimes, and sometimes they're like this shape, which is very similar to this shape, but this one is a bit longer over here and smaller over here. And then sometimes... sometimes the lamb chops are this shape. It's a lamb chop! No! Listen, guys. Listen. I started with this one, but then it turned into Dan. This one over here is Dan. I don't know what color Dan has... what color his hair is, but it's brown now. And he's got orange eyes, because that's the closest it was. This is Dan now. Because he goes skiing, so he's gonna have beautiful red lipstick on, and his goggles are going to be purple. When Dan is not coughing anymore, he's gonna go skiing. Anyway, this is lamb chops and Dan. Dan is surrounded by lamb chops currently, as you can see. This is Dan's preferred position, to be surrounded by meat. You came to say goodnight. I'm sorry for keeping you, but we're talking about lamb chops. This is the shape that they are. If I Google lamb chops, listen, no, please be serious for a second. If we Google lamb chops, right? Not shopping. We're not buying any lamb chops at 10:30 at night. Block. You don't need to know where I'm from. I just want to look at pictures of lamb chops. God damn. Is it too much else? Look at the shape! Is this not the shape of a lamb chop, right? They made it very skinny, the bone. But sometimes the bone is a bit thicker. Okay? It's okay. Look. Look. I wasn't drawing anything sus. I was drawing a lamb chop from memory. Because that's what Lily asked for. The bone is a bit... It can be thicker. Sometimes you get a very skinny bone. Look. This is like char-grilled fucking teeny tiny bone. Sometimes you got a double bone. Goddamn. Personally, I think the bone is best around 3 inches. That's a lot of bone, man. I don't know what 3 inches is, but it sounds long. This looks way too long. What if we redeem ASMR now? I can't do ASMR now. 1.5 is the best? Yes. Small bone, good bone. I don't think I can ASMR now. Can you draw biltong for the overseas peeps? Oh, Jesus Christ. Biltong looks like this. Biltong also looks like this. Biltong can also look like this. Biltong doesn't have a shape, my friend. Small bone, good bone. Half an inch of bone is the perfect amount. No, half an inch sounds... How are you gonna... I was gonna say how you gonna hold it, but never mind. No, listen. Can you draw GGs? Jesus Christ. There we go. Dan! I need to rewatch all of this. I can't keep up. God. Half an inch is massive? Debatable. Half an inch massive? Debatable. But it's all a matter of perspective, right? Anyway, biltong does not have a shape. I'm scared to Google biltong. The one time... I forgot where that story was going already. Never mind. Can you write my name in katakana? We can fucking try, can't we? Oh, that's a bone. Nope. Half an inch isn't enough. I'm sorry, man. She didn't show pics, but biltong is dried meat. Oh yeah, if you don't know biltong, the fact that I can even type correctly is a damn miracle, because just taking my hands to the keyboard seems like quite a challenge. If you guys don't know biltong, I'm going to compare it to its weaker, more fragile, more inferior cousin called jerky, which they have in America. And honestly, with a name like jerky, which, you know, relates to something else, it makes sense. But this stuff, this is the good shit. This is seasoned, fucked up. I helped make biltong once. They put so much shit on it. It tastes so good though. Y'all haven't had good jerky? No, speak to the people in America from South Africa that have told me jerky is inferior. Each is their own thing. You see the Americans getting heated in the chat because I insulted their prized possession jerky. Imagine if I started talking about their bald eagles. Ain't got no hair eagles. They don't like it. I once spoke about, I think, was it jargon? Americans? Okay, one American's getting heated in the chat because I insulted jerkies. There's more of you? There's a couple. You don't eat dried meat? Nah, you gotta try biltong. Before you die. Possibly if you die. There's 1,674 jargons. Yes, exactly. Anyway. Shut up, Nymphu. Shush! Shush! Okay, shush. We don't know. Maybe there are 16,000 jargons, okay? We only know about number 1,674. Maybe there's more. Now you guys looking like a fool. You got egg on your face. Huh? You got egg on your face because you thought there was only this one. Hmm? You thought there was only those who came before. And this one. Huh? Maybe there's more. There's a jargon factory out there. It's called America. Anyway, moving swiftly along. Oh shit! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Oh shit! Blast from the past, you're playing Diablo 3? I haven't played that since God was a child. You came for the biltong? Hell yeah. Listen, this started out because we were talking about lamb chops. And I can't remember how we got onto biltong, but here we are. I feel like drawing egg on the face is going to come out very wrong. I'm not drawing no egg on no faces. Thank you very much. Zenora, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to all the peoples who came through on the raid. I have had a little bit to drink on a Monday, because it was a Monday. But how was Diablo? What were you up to tonight? I kind of miss that game, to be honest. I haven't played it in a very long time. Welcome, Grid. How are you? I think, Zenora, I think chat is having a better evening than I am. I'm not gonna lie. They're having a motherfucking blast. Oh, new season? What pet is there? I haven't played Diablo 3, so, like I said, since God was a child. You're also having a drink on a Monday? Can I give you a clink clink, Grid? What are you drinking? Oh wait, that's a bad clink. Let's try again. No? Okay, that's as good as it gets. The bottle's empty, so it's not making a nice sound. Tuesday is also drunk day? No, listen, guys. I can't drink every day. I'm on medication. We can arrange for a once a month drinkies. But then I need people to drinkies with me. Right? Did someone redeem ASMR? Did I miss it? Not a pet this season, but a set of wings. Oh, what wings do they have? Once a month? Yeah. You'll call into work to drink with... Hell yeah. Jargon can have mental health days whenever he wants. Whenever he wants. Who? Who? Where does this go? Do. Oh, I ran out of canvas. Chotto mate kudasai. What else do you guys want me to draw? Oh, we're not playing Genshin. We have Genshin in the background. How long have we not been playing Genshin? I'll buy the booze. Give me a date. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll have a booze date. Guys, I don't know if I can drink that often. I'm not gonna lie. I don't drink a lot. Chotto minute. Chotto minute. Chotto mate. Hudedo-san. Cha-chang. Drawing doesn't give her primos. Well, it should. You've been drinking and you didn't know it. Does it feel like you've been drinking? I'm sorry. That's probably me. It's a pet. It's a celestial dragons. You swear you saw rings? That's pretty cool, though. It's great for drops. A stream where streamer and every viewer is drunky. Hell yeah. Would you guys prefer to do it on a weekend? Because I feel like weekday day drinking is not great for some people who have jobs and are responsible adults otherwise being here. Nani do... who did do? Did I forget it? No, I got all of them. Oh, there's the other one. Who did do? Who? De? Do. Who did? Who? Why we Japan? Because Hooded asked me to write his name in a katakana. I can't draw. I can't write very well, but I tried. Who did? Who did do? Do. Katakana. I'm very bad with katakana. I can, if I try really hard, I can read it. Today I read logic something. Logic something. But I remember the ro is like something like this, I think. Roji. G is one of the smiley faces, but I don't remember which one. And then K is the K and the K looks the same. Rojik. There we go. smiley face with a little blushy, and then another little smiley face, but it's a small one, and then like so. Logic. 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 Kaka kana, because I am kaka at it. Okay, last sip, guys. Goodbye. Say goodbye. Bye-bye, drunk Tato. It's going soon. Yeah. I used to write my nickname from uni on everything, which was Usagi, and it was in my 3rd year that I learned it was a single stroke away from demon. Shush! You want to talk about unfortunate nicknames? Mine is very, very vanilla. My nickname was Natsu. I don't know how to write it. Alright. Maybe we can organize a once a month drinky stream. Let's go back to Genshin, because that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? I don't know how long we've been here. But we are busy with something. 10 out of 10? What did I get 10 out of 10 for? I'll take any 10 out of 10 I can get. Thank you very much. Should do it where each month it's a different drink, that we all have the same drink. Oh, I'm not so cultured that I drink other things. I drink like one thing and that's it. Nana has been standing here for like 30 minutes. Shut up. Not me building my house in Mondstadt. This is fine. Oh, I have cheese puffs. You want cheese puff ASMR? It fell on the floor. It's a cheap puff. No, so I squeezed it between my fingers, but the other side fell off. If anyone doesn't like ASMR. Thank you, Zenora. Thank you again for the raid. Have a wonderful evening. The runaway cheap puff is now the bin cheap puff. Am I not pronouncing cheese puff clearly enough? Why is it a cheap puff now? Onaka peko peko. It means I'm hungry. Onaka is your stomach. Peko peko is I'm hungry. A cheap puff is a cheap puff now. Not even a cheap. It's a cheap puff. Jesus. Cheebus crust. Cheese and crackers. Ray brought the cheese puffs to absorb all the alcohol. Peko peko. Onaka peko peko. I'm hungry. What's the angry face? Kaeru. No, kotaeru. Answer. Kotaeru. Kaeru. Kotaeru. Which one? Go home or answer. It's answer, isn't it? It's an angry teacher answer. Cheese puffs absorb. Yeah, because they're like little sponges in my tummy. Aren't they? Why do people eat them if they're not little sponges for alcohol? Kotaeru. Answer. Ray's mom sends me messages like that all the time because I don't read messages on my phone. She just says, hey, wake it. Answer. It's like packing peanuts. Exactly. Lily knows. Lily does alcohol. I'm eating sponges. Yeah, the little orange cheese flavored sponges of alcohol sponge. They absorb the alcohol. Then I'm not drunk. Yeah. As cheese puff. Uh-huh. Polystyrene. You're not drunk. We are yes. Grid has spoken. The two of you stuff your faces. Oh, with cheese puffs? You'll do what you want. Oh, okay.
ああ、もちろん。酒と燻製ハムを用意したから、お前の親も喜ぶと思うぞ。
ちょっと、こんなに付き合いが長いんだから、私の家ではハムを。
I'm also not sure if I get it hooded coconut. What's happening here? Why are they running?
今日は牛乳を買って帰らないと。
牛乳?
暇なら私のところへ来てちょうだい。景色を見てるの？
What did she beat Rice at? What? No beating in the chat, please. No nodders.
残念。君たちと会う前にお酒を飲んだばっかりなんだ。だからその気持ちは心に留めておいて。
But it got it. Lily! No, no, no! Time out, Lily. No nodders. No beating. Oh no, Cupcake! You just spraying your nodders around now.
予言にある謎の答えだよ。その地図が示す場所に行けば、君たちの探しているランプが見つかる。ただ、僕が
Are you guys enjoying the crunch ASMR? Is it loud enough? Dan's been awfully quiet. I wonder if it's because I'm munching cheese puffs. Lily's clearly enjoying it.
みんなで集まって開けることにより意味がある。
She's too busy to type, just nodders, only nodders.
とりあえず、僕からは以上だよ。二人とも忙しいよね。予言のことが片付いたら、またおしゃべりしよう。もし暇なら、愛の歌の授業をやってもいいし。またそれをやるのか？うん。でも、今年は他に生徒がいないから、君たちに
Learn to type with one hand.
それじゃ、またね。
金融野郎に会うたびにいつも自由気ままな感じ。
Why? Why? Can someone explain to her son why type only with one hand?
こんにちは。私のことは
What does it mean?
と呼んでちょうだい。君と同じで、よそからこのモンドに来た旅人よ。一杯ジュースをおごるけど。
Yeah, Jargon explain. What did you mean? Type it with one hand.
そう。けど、私の行為を否定しているってわけじゃないみたいね。旅でたくさんの人と出会ってきたのがわかるわ。
そんなの
Lily.
オイラたち実は経験豊富な冒険者なんだ。
Sometimes you need both hands. That's also true.
さっき商店街で買い物してた時にたまたま君たちが錬金場の近くで話してた内容が聞こえてきたの。
Why is Jargon gone silent now? Jargon, what is... Why you type with one hand?
不思議な予言だな。それってとてももんだらしい。
What did... Don't ask why you're using both hands. Oh no. 予言というよりも、このモンドという国に深い興味がある。 It's because using the
私は遠い異国の生まれなんだけど、私の家族や友人はモンドで長いこと過ごす
Jargon
ことがあ
got
る
tight
ね。
because he's using
モ
both
ンドは
hands.
ロマンが触れるいいところだから、一度見てみるといいって勧めてくれたのよ。つい最近、偶然その人と関係のある記念日だったから、こうしてわざわざ足を運んでみたってわけ。彼女が目にした景色を見てみようと思ってね。
Beep
確かに、ロマンと
I can't breathe.
名に恥じないですね。
Lily, you cry when you're done?
じゃあ、予言の件は
Moment of clarity. What were you looking at, Lily? Why are you crying? That's the face of regret.
君みたいな人と知り合えて嬉しいね。それじゃあ、これ以上は邪魔しないでおくわ。二人はゆっくり楽しんで。いい一日よ。
Post clarity be hitting hard.
あの格好、確かにモンド人じゃないみたいだ。あいつの故郷ってどこだろうな。
I feel sorry for any new people that are still here.
私のために存在し
You hate it here? No, you love it here. That's why you're still here, dude. You're supposed to be sleeping.
絶対に迷わない道案内人を探しておく。私のため
It
に
is currently
つかない忠実な人を
20 past 2 in the morning. And Hooded is still here.
永遠に終わらない伝説を求め
After saying goodnight hours ago.
自由に見える
Cupcake, what does that mean?
君みたいに私の
What does that mean, Cupcake? I don't understand those emotes. We're not always like this? No, we're never like this. Only sometimes the math debate happens. There's a massive math debate going on here. We're all discussing what 77 plus 33 is. From earlier. Use your imagination? Is this a blowjob? Do not use any imagination here. Definitely not. That's what's got us into this trouble. Uh-oh! The sun heard something. Abort mission! Don't Google blowjob, Hassan. Please. Have I even finished my daily things? I probably haven't. No, I haven't. I just got like an ultra cheesy cheese puff. Quack attack! Thank you for the confettis. Lily, you can't cap a gen. I'm sorry. Hassan learned a new word. Oh no, I hope not. The comment just went the wrong way. Are you painting the walls? Cupcake? You're all fired from babysitting? I mean, I don't babysit for a reason, so, you know. Hey, Nodders! Nodders in the chat. How you doing, Quack Attack? I may or may not have been drinking on a Monday. Actual people leave? Time to clean my search history. Hassan, what did you search? I told you not to search it. No, it's not the dog. Oh wait, that's Cupcake. Cupcake, not the dog. I'm eating cheese puffs. I'm having a great Monday. Listen, it maybe started out pretty mid, but it's ending pretty great. Hassan, why are you googling that? I told you not to Google blowjob. You don't hate it here, man. You have a diamond next to your name. You're here too much. You're here altogether too much. No, don't Google that either, Hassan. Don't listen to Cupcake. Don't Google. Okay. Guys, can I be right back for a second? I need to go wash my hands. Because I was eating cheesy poofs, so now my fingers are cheesy. She going for round 2? Who's going for round 2? Lily? More soju? I only have you guys for like another hour. So like, I don't think another bottle of soju is the right call here. Soju makes you that excited, Lily? Okay, no. I'm gonna be right back. You guys need to behave yourselves. I'm gonna put you on a BRB screen. Enjoy the stupid clips. Breathe, Lily, breathe. No crying. It's only Monday. You're not allowed. Dan, don't you join in with the fucking nodders as well. Fucking nodders club going over here. Okay, guys. Nodders in the chat while I'm BRB, okay? And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note. Let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Uh-oh. I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. That was the last time I was drunk. Enjoying the Huggy Wuggy stream. And here we are. Is it safe to return? Listen. Listen, Yoda. I just ate a whole bunch of sponges to absorb all the alcohol I just drank. So it's safe now. You're never stopping, Lily? I mean, the battery's gonna run out eventually, right? I'm also not sure. You'll go back? No! Yoda, come back! Come back. I'll be good, Yoda. I promise. Battery? Oh god. Hand cramp. They told me some wholesome words. Wholesome with an H, not a W, maybe. You don't have BTTV? Oh, Johnny. Oh no. You don't know. Oh, Yoda. You have your PC on for 10 days in a row. I'm dying. Yoda's in it to win it. He's already done. It's a marathon, not a sprint, Yoda. You guys are so sassy, man. You gotta join Lily. No, man. Isn't even no. No, we're only nodders here. We're not nopers. We are nodders positive here in this chat. Listen. Yeah, we're very nodders positive here, so, you know, if you want to nod, go ahead. With the meow. I mean, if you want to cry as well, that's okay. Whatever. No. Not the Lapras. Let me finish round 2. As I said, it's a marathon, not a sprint, guys. You don't have to... It's not a race. It's not a race, okay? Oh, Yoda. Super positive and educational chats. No, it's not a sprint. No, we're not sprinting. Take your time. Take it easy, man. Take it slow. Does anyone want to go fight bosses? D-Max killed you? What the fuck? While you're nodding? That's kind of weird, man. Oh god, we were doing the pictures! Does anyone remember how long ago we started taking pictures? What is this what we were doing? I don't know what's going on there, Hooded. You should be asleep, so it's like Hoppers too. Get out of here. Oh god, Lily. Can you clip a whole stream? Oh, no. Why is Lily... Lily, why you send me messages, girly?
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
How do I take a picture? You look thirsty as fuck. Listen, Lily, my bottle is empty. I've also ripped both labels off of it. So I would send you a picture to show you it's empty, but it's a green bottle now. I drink a Wowder, yeah? It's a Wowder time. It is now 11 p.m. It's time to drink Wowder. Thank you for the hydrate, Lily. What's the date? Do you guys want a drinking stream? Do you guys want a drinking stream on weekends? Not on a Monday again. What have you created? I'm gonna be super serial with you. It looks like you've created a Shane Dawson, Hooded. Oh god, Yoda's gone for round 2, I see. He's on to round 3 now. Drinking game stream? What games are we playing? Not the Shane. It is Shane though. Tell me I'm wrong, Lily. Tell me I'm wrong. I'll call you a liar to your face. Nice wishing ritual. Not Shane. I'm not wrong. Who is Shane? Listen, Hooded. If you don't know, it's better. Leave it that way. Don't ask questions. Very simply go to sleep. Do not Google it! No! Fall Guys? Listen, I haven't played Fall Guys since 2020. I think we should leave it that way. CSGO, if you die, you drink. Nay, I'm gonna get plastered, mate. If I'm drinking when I die, the stream's gonna end very quickly because I'm gonna die. In real life. Don't Google it, please. Jokes on you, I like it when people are mean to me. Oh boy. I see you crying again, Lily. Wink wonk. Okay, guys. On a serious note. I forgot where I was going with that sentence. Anyway, moving swiftly along. We are taking pictures, I think? Oh, right, it's the clock. Oh, Lily. You learned something today? Oh, Hooded, I'm so sorry to hear that. You're terrible at shooters? Nay, bro. No, listen, I actually have a lot of fun games that we could play. I meant to click on Steam. Okay. We need to bleach our brains. Yeah, you youngins need to bleach your brains, please. Okay, so hold on. I have a game called Pummel Party. If we can arrange drinks and Pummel Party, which I'm exceptionally poor at, we... Wait, I still need to find it. I have it somewhere, okay? I have Pummel Party. Is it under stream, maybe? Oh, fuck. I know I have this game somewhere. Just give me a second. Here, Pummel Party. Okay. Do you know Pummel Party? Mao wants to play Pummel Party. Nymphu, you gotta drink. Do you drink? Okay, you don't have to drink if it's against your personal and or religious beliefs. If it's against your parents' beliefs, then I'll talk to them for you. I'll send them a letter. You drink water? I mean... Where did Jargon go? He's probably in a meeting where he has to wear pants. I don't know. Anyway, Pummel Party, it's very funny, it's very silly. You can have, I think, up to 8 players. So, if we have drink stream again, we play Pummel Party. Pants meeting. Yeah, pantsu. What's meeting in Japanese? Pantsu meeting. But M-E-8, no. Meeting. Got the black lung. You can get some wine? No, don't drink wine, Hassan. Your stomach's already messed up. You've been eating super hot, spicy Cheeto sandwiches. Don't do it. Johnny's just having the time of his life over here, clearly. People who want to be drinking can also get them. Yes, yes, yes. You gotta find a way to choke. You're gonna find a way to choke on the bottle? No! Oh, you mean like, because he chokes... Okay, never mind. I read that very differently. Moving swiftly along. I actually don't know. I haven't played Pummel Party since 2020, so it's been a hot second. But what I can do is... Man, I played it with friends years ago, and I don't remember too much about it, but we can figure something out. Last time my girlfriend let you smell old wine in her house and you threw up. It was embarrassing. Jesus Lord. I assume you'll end soon? Yes, I do have to end soon, Lily, because the power's going out in like 50 minutes. I just got the message to say, oh, your power's going out soon. Pummel Party is chaos. It is chaos, and especially because I live in South Africa, so the ping was really terrible. It was terror bad, actually. So, you're gonna say bye now? No worries, Lily. Of course, I will see you when I see you, yeah? Take care, boo-boo. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Mike, I don't know if we've met before, but hello and welcome. Oh, you were playing Genshin as well? What were you up to today? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Good job with the nodders today. Keep it up. Oh my god. Hello, Raiders. You guys. Oh, right. I'm taking a photo, aren't I? There we go. Beautiful, Nana. I'm not taking more than one picture. Thank you very much. Let us move swiftly along. What's cracking? Where are we going? To the boy. Your stream was fine. You did the first fight with Storm Terror today? Oh shit! Are you new to Genshin? Shit, man. I'm a dinosaur at this. Oh shit. I say I'm a dinosaur at this game, immediately falls off a cliff. Cool. Cool! This is fine. Yeah, that's really cool though. I remember the first few times I tried to do the fight, I sucked so bad. Guys, I'm not joking. I couldn't figure it out. I had to watch someone else do the fight. And then afterwards I was like, oh, what an idiot. It was so easy. But when I first tried it, I just kept dying. I was such a dumbass. Fuck, man. Now I wham bam, thank you ma'am, all these things. But yeah. New Genshin people, hell yeah. I'm always recruiting to the cult of Genshin, you know? I keep accidentally opening my chat with Lily. A character from Mondstadt. The one team comp that doesn't have that. We're all old and jaded, so nice to find new players. Yeah. You found Storm Terror rather easy? Yeah, listen, I was a bit of a dumbass in the beginning of the game. It was unlike anything I'd ever played before, so I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was a hot mess, to say the least. I have a better idea of what I'm doing now, so, you know, that's pretty cool. 10 out of 10. Benetto in the picture. All of Genshin is pretty easy, except maybe when you first get to Inazuma. Inazuma punishes you and is not forgiving. However, as you go along, you make sense of some of it, I hope. But it's not for everyone, and that's okay. As long as you're enjoying it, as long as you're having fun. You're always a hot mess? Look at Mr. Ego over here. Mr. Ego Despair. You went out of your way to get all the waypoints you could? Ah. That's good. That's good. It definitely helps. An elemental skill. Oh god. Lord. Give me peace. What a terrible picture, but it's done. I have definitely had a bit to drink, Mike, so I'm a bit of a dumbass at the moment. Not that I'm not always a dumbass, but I'm like a special variety of dumbass that I'm not usually on stream. Not hot as in attractive, I'm ginger, so it's like fire on my head. You're ginger? I didn't knock anything over, we're fine. Anyway. The weird one that's underwater? Underwater? Like a waypoint underwater? We have a potato, a coconut, and a ginger. What are we missing? I'm not asking this for any reason other than curiosity. What are we missing for a curry? What do we still need? Lots of things, obviously. You knew Despair is ginger? This isn't the first time he's told us. Shut the fuck up. I probably knew that. Shush. And a who? And a what? So, I'm the potato. Despair is the ginger. You brought it up before? I'm sorry. I don't think it's enough of a distinguishing feature. to bring it up a lot. If it's your whole personality, then sure. But despair, when I think of you, I think of man with many tattoos. That's it. Anyway, moving swiftly along, we also have a coconut. I didn't call him that, he called himself that. Despair is the ginger, I'm the potato, and Hooded is the coconut. He self-described himself that way. It was not me calling him that. The one in the forest where you probably need to do some stuff to lower the water. The only one I can think of is... listen, it's been a long time since I did the old areas, but I know that there's a domain. There's a domain over here that you have to raise up out of the ground, and there's a domain... is it this one that's in the water? That's all I remember. The underwater one in the lake? In Sumeru? This one? Will you farm Nahida? Lotus? This one? I don't remember. Tell the coconut to go to bed. Yeah, the coconut needs to go to bed. What's a veto? I don't know what a veto is either. Your personality is skill issue? No, we love you, her son. Take that back. Tall, ginger, and tattooed. Yeah, and I definitely know the tattoo part. Ah! What do we still need to make the curry? We make a potato curry. What do we need? It's what we say for white person. I don't even know this. Vito? Not Vedo? Vito? Not what I said. Words have been taken back. Yeah, you better, Hassan. Your personality is skill issue, but we still love you. But I'm not saying the other word because I don't believe in it. The lake? This one? This one? In the water? Not Vito. Veto. Ah. Yoda, I had a boots. Ah, I see. Is this one under? I don't remember. Oh, was I doing something? Is this under? No, it's not. Is it? That's his best veto. Ah! Boken! Best cracker! You did it forever ago? Oh, I see. I don't remember. Sorry, Mike. I have a very bad memory. I said earlier I don't remember the thing that I just said, so... If anyone ever sends a message without context, I'm like, huh? Yoda's also a white boy. Yoda's also Veto. Yeah. This kid's the most Indian that ever Indianed, so I don't know why people... I don't know why people thought he was a white boy. I don't know what to tell you. There was an air about him. I was just like, this boy is Indian. And if I meet him and he's anything but Indian, I'm not gonna believe him. Your accent has come back. Oh my god, Yoda, stream when? Yoda, stream now. Yoda, stream now. I need to hear it. Because, listen, I had a friend in high school. Bless him, he was very sweet. But when he spoke to the Veto versus when he spoke to his people, his accent completely changed. He was a different person. The one time... So I spent, like, a lot of time with him at school. And the one day... I was standing outside because we used to wait outside. I used to wait outside with my friends. Like, for them to get picked up by their parents. Because I had a motorcycle, so I would take myself home. But I would stand outside the school and wait for their parents. So he would talk to me, and that's the person I knew. The one time we went and stood by his other friends. I didn't recognize the person who was talking because it was a completely different person. His accent was completely different. He was a completely different person. It stunned me, let me tell you. It was a totally different person. No shade though. It was like a different persona, you know? Persona? Anyway, so yeah. That was one of my friends at school. He completely changed when he was around other people. It was crazy. Your accent outside your home and inside your home are completely different. Oh shit! Different persona, you hear Gmax activating. That's why I said it like that. You have a bad Arabic accent? Used to get bullied? Why have you got a bad accent? Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Brian Mister. How you doing? Persona? We summoned him. Someone requested a puzzle earlier, but we didn't do it, right? We've summoned Yoda. Oh, Yoda, please stream again. We miss you, friend. Your grandparents are from somewhere else and they speak in a weird accent? Oh, really? That's interesting, Hassan. I'm good, Brimiester. I need to drink well more water than I am drinking, though. We're gonna take some more pictures. We're gonna attempt to do this event until my power turns off. Cupcake. Cupcake, did I tell you the origin of that? Because I showed it to Hooded, and Hooded was like, oh, I know that. I've heard that before. And I was like, yes, it's Jin. It's BTS. Hooded. If you do some of the sound redeems, there's a bunch that are BTS themed. Remember you asked me and I was like, yeah, there's a few. Go find them. I'll tell you. Someone played one that was V earlier. We've had someone play the... Whoops. We've had someone play J-Hope. We've had the RM one. Jimin's one plays all the time. Where do you find them? The sound alerts. Do you know where the sound alerts are? Just wanted to pop in and say hello. No worries, Prime Minister. You must take care of yourself. That live button is scary. You don't like your PNG anymore? Why? Why? Yoda, your PNG is so cute. And then you made me one as well. We love it. You don't? You don't know? You on mobile, right, Hooded? You should be at least. It's like 3 AM, bro. You should not be on your PC. You gonna sleep, Despair? Fuck yeah. Good sleepies, friend. Thank you for vibing with us. Thank you for chinchillin'. Hope you have a lovely evening, lovely sleepies. You're on mobile because your PC is Genshining? Okay. Tomate. I will... normal or charged attack? This is the worst pictures in the history of pictures. It's okay though, because we're just doing it for the event. For the primos, yeah? FTP. For the primos. This game is not free to play. It is for the primos. We have to do the things for the primos, yeah? Okay. Let me open my browser. Can you guys see it? Oh, you can see it. Don't look. Close your eyes. Okay, we're good. That's the wrong website. Mute. You taking pictures of your Hu Tao's wink? You taking pictures of her winkies? Hooded. Hooded, please. Not at this hour. Okay. So the sound alerts that we have. Where's my thing? Here. Okay, there's a lot of my own sound alerts. Hold on. Where did I put the BTS ones? Okay, so we have this one. Again with the winkies.
Hi guys.
Hi guys! That's V or Taehyung. Kim Taehyung. He's one of the babies. And then we have...
We wanna focus on.
We wanna focus on. We wanna focus on. That is Jungkook, also known as Jim Cook, because that's what my boyfriend calls him. Gary V. Why Gary? No, it's just V. Then we have Jimin T. Excuse me. Very cute. You still here? You still here, Yoda? Yoda, we want you to stream. We miss you. And then we have another Jim Cook one.
Oh.
Party. Yeah. That's what we've been doing tonight. That's JK. And then we have Jin.
Hey, stop it.
Hey, stop it. And then we have another one. And then Spider-Man. Bless him. I think he likes Spider-Man. And then we have RM. 사랑해. Still sad I didn't get all the boys in Cookie. Oh no, who are you missing, Yoda? Then we have Lachimo Lala. This is also Jimin. Lachimo Lala. Lachimo Lala is probably one of my favorite Genshin memes. Genshin? Woo? BTS memes. And then J-Hope. J-Hope just released a song. Very cute. Very cute. That's J-Hope. And then the last one. Na 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 na, good morning. Na 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 na, na 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 na, good morning. That's a good morning alarm. That's, I think, all of them making the noise, but I think Sugar makes a lot of that noise. I don't actually have a sound alert for Sugar. I have V, I have JK, I have Jimin, I have a few for Jimin and JK. I have Jin, I have a few for Jin. I have RM, I have J-Hope. I don't have one for Sugar, because Sugar is very quiet. You need to sleep? Yes, go sleep. RM, Jimin, and Jungkook are missing? No! No.
사랑해.
That's a RM. There's not missing. I have 2 for Jimin, 2 for Jungkook. They're not missing. Lachimo Lala, this is Jimin. Lachimo Lala. And then JK. Oh, in Cookie, sorry. I thought you meant the sound alerts. Okay, in any case. Shush.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Okay, anyway. Let's go back to Genshin. This is fine. I'm the best, thank you. But you're also the best, Yoda, so please stream again because we miss you. I want to watch you play Pokemon. I want to watch you play Persona. I want to watch you play Genshin. And chat the shit with the peoples. Please. Can make a promise? Promise me right here, right now. There's a gun to your head. What you gonna do, Yoda? You gonna promise me or nah? So I can see the Ben 10 avatar again. The sun. No, it's not Ben 10. You promise? Okay, 10 out of 10. You guys are all my witness, yeah? Yoda promised to stream again. You can hear his white boy voice. He doesn't have a white boy voice. Oh my god. You guys are... You don't have ears. If you think he's a white boy. You can't hear. He's not a white boy. You miss Yoda? Same. That's why we're making him promise to stream again. Because we all miss him. Hazard Hassan. I promise you, my bro. Boken da boken even. Spatsuda! See, he promised. Hooded, you goober. I need you to stream so I can come and tell you I got my first paycheck today. You just told him, man. It's like that video going around at the moment. Probably 2 weeks old on TikTok, but very fresh and current on Instagram, where the person, it's like Miku's voice, and it's like, I'm going to confess to you after school, and are you busy after school? Meet me behind the school. You know what I'm talking about, yeah? Okay, Hooded's on the same page. That's all that really matters, to be fair. What time? 5. I think it's 5. Guys. I have these, like, random moments where I remember Sky. Like, obviously I remember him all the time, but, like, I'll remember that he's not here anymore. And it's really sad, because I know that he would come and bug me at certain times of the day. And he would come bug me for treats and stuff. Or like after stream, he'd be so excited when I left my room. He'd be like, oh my god, Mom's been here the whole time. I miss him a lot. It's the small things, like cutting up cucumber. I don't have a buddy to eat the cucumber butts anymore. He used to eat all my cucumber butts. No sad. You did a bloody good job watching my stream and working at the same time. Here, have money. Imagine watching someone stream and being able to do your work well enough that you get paid for it. Like, damn, I know Jargon does that all the time. Cupcake is outie wowdies. You need some sleep? Same. I need some wowder. Thanks for the stream and laughs. Of course, of course. It's been a fucking blast. Are you gonna join us, Cupcake, next time to do the drinking and the playing games? I'll try and make it on a weekend when everyone can drink. Sky will always be with you. You're his forever mom. Yes. I still... He's here sometimes with me. He'll come and bump my leg or bump my arm for attention. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Jargon and I are like long lost brothers. Yeah, just somehow got lost between continents because Jargon's the palest motherfucker you'll ever find. I say that being equally as pale as Jargon. And I don't even live in a country with snow. You could be a really pale Indian. Yeah, like, you're allergic to sun. Nighty-night cupcake. Cups of the cake. Man, our cupcake's a little bit weird. Like the actual cupcakes, the food, not the person. I mean, sorry. My voice is disappearing, guys. I think I've been laughing too much. What was I doing? Am I done? Yes. Okay. Let's go. We have not much time left for this. In terms of, you know, me still being online, not the event. The event still has a lot of time, so don't worry. I did a hand reveal once and Tian was like, you're lying, Max? I can't read your name now. Max? Stop it! You're even more Indian now. Max Yoga. I accidentally called him Yoga earlier. I can't breathe. If anyone doubts you that you're Indian, just tell them that's your real name. Namaste, I'm Gimax Yoga. I just imagine someone doing yoga while looped up in key. Is the sun still here? Hassan, there's a new word here for you. Anyway, what was the rest of that sentence that I read miserably? You're lying, G-Max. Wait, the chat jumped. Why are you so pale? Don't hate me because of fair skin. What was Dion expecting? You didn't hear me? Okay, so there's a word in the chat here that might be new to you. Do you see it anywhere? We're playing homework now in chat. What were we doing? Alright. Going over there. This way. Which one? If you don't see a new word here, then I need to go speak to Kai about what he's teaching you. If you don't see a new word here, I'm speaking to your stream dad. Kai is your stream dad now. Because he's teaching you all kinds of things. He's talking to you about the birds and the bees. Oh, I'm too tired for this. If her son doesn't find the word, then I'm definitely asking Kai what he taught her son. Oh my god. I haven't read any of these dialogues tonight. Lubed is new, there we go. Okay, so now it's my fault that you know that word. Or rather, it's not mine. It's actually Hooded's fault that you know that word now. Wasn't me. Explain yourself, Hooded. Today we are making curry. Are we making potato curry? What do we need, Yoda, for potato curry? Kai and Panda were talking about it in Discord once. Oh my god, what kind of conversations are they having in Discord? I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what he's talking about either. We can move on from this topic. I don't know what he's talking about. What are we gonna use? Let's use this one. You're not gonna add the head shake? Oh my god. Signature head shake. Man's called Gimax Yoga, didn't even do the head shake. He's not legit. Listen, I can't make these kinds of jokes though. It's illegal. You can't do it while typing. Do you do it in real life, Yoda? For a second there, when I said Yoda, I was like, did I call him Yoga again? And I panicked. Oh shit! What am I supposed to do? Well, good. That's bad. If it's not perfect in a rhythm game, it's bad. You see another bad one. No, I know it's calibration. Okay, I think we're fine though. Because I can hear it, right? You could hear the panic. Panic with a K even. Making sure I'm not that drunk. God. I only had one bottle. Let's be serious. From what I recall of the last time that we had this event... Whoa, look at that booty. The last time that we had this event, we had to do each level. Oh god, I hate doing the lower levels though. Oh, they're so frustrating. Okay, it's fine. Let's go. Because you have to get ranked on all of them. You can just do pro, but it's not gonna give you the rating for all of them. Or is this just for rewards? Imagine she just does this for 15 minutes thinking it's the real thing. Wow. For rewards? Oh, but listen, I'm a rhythm game player, guys. I'm probably gonna have to redo this on mobile because, honestly, rhythm games on PC is hot garbage. The controls just don't feel right, man. Oh! You see what I'm saying? Because I'm also a thumb player on rhythm games, so doing this with fingers as opposed to thumbs just feels really bad. I can do this. They did some stuff that really helped me out. Oh yeah? Hi Dan, you still nodding? Cool. Happy for you, man. Hope you're doing well. Ray was in here. Ah, shitty titties. Oh, so we're still going. I misclicked. I'm gonna go die now. Bum, ba-dum, bum. I can't do this. Fuck. It's literally the most uncomfortable. I've played another rhythm game like this. It was called Demo. That was terrible. I played another rhythm game called Demo, which is one of my favorite mobile games from like a billion years ago. So I'll definitely be doing this on mobile. This is another day's problem. But apparently we got the rewards anyway, so it's fine. Ah, you need to go to bed? No worries. Have good alcoholism? No, I have no alcoholism. I have only waterism now. We're good. We're good. We are slowly coming back down to earth. Y'all have to pay me if you want mobile help? What do you mean? Just play it on mobile, you dingaling. Why are you paying people to play for you? Just play it yourself. Ain't no thing. Rhythm games on mobile, easy. This is gonna be easy as cuck. The game that I play, the actual rhythm game that I play is fucking difficult. I also have negative hand-eye coordination. They did some stuff that really helped. Oh wait, I did read that. You can change it to just columns so they don't spread out like that. Oh! I don't mind so much because I'm used to Love Live. I used to play Love Live like a billion years ago. But, yeah, this should be like fucking easy as fuck on a phone. Rather, playing with your fingers, I guess people who play like rhythm games on PC, maybe it's a bit easier, but I can't. I can't coordinate my fingers like that. I have to use my thumbs, and that doesn't work on a keyboard, you know? Your phone is too old for Genshin? Ah. I mean, that's fair then, Johnny. That makes sense. But this looks uncomfortable. Even in the previous years, the rhythm part, I did not enjoy playing it. I would just get good enough and then leave it at that. Those Osu people are insane. Osu. Either way, they are insane. But they play with like, I've seen people play, they play with like tablets and drawing tablets and stuff. They get some mad shit going on. I've never tried that game before, but it looks fucking hard. My phone starts boiling when I open Genshin, and then my battery is suddenly 2%. I mean, I would offer to help people. But, you know, I don't know if I can even complete it for myself, so let me see how it goes. But if anyone needs help towards the end of the event, let me know. I'll be happy to help. If you trust me to help you. You know. I don't mind. Did I finish all the other stuff? Everything else is locked, right? Yeah. Unlock in 5 hours. This stuff? Unlock in 5 hours. What is this? Shop? Oh. Yes. 10 out of 10. I mean, I'm gonna get all the tickets anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You gonna make a coffee shop? Mobile Genshin help will accept cash and Genesis crystals. Oh yeah, Jargon asked me to open shop earlier. This shop? We can just buy the rest of this shit, yeah. Your in-game shop? Yeah, this is the shop in-game. What do you mean? This is the shop. We're no longer friends. Wow. It was that easy? Feels bad, man. Was that easy to get rid of me? Exchangey. Yeah, and then I'll just do the rest of the events to get that stuff. Why shoppu? There's nothing in the shoppu. I have a Welkin. These is sold out because I have them. The babies. Why are these sold out but these just say already owned? What does that mean? What is the difference? Sold out versus already owned. Yeah, there's 2 babies I don't got skins for. Oh! Oh! Oh yeah? You just acquired them? Oh. Oh, these are the free ones. Oh, that makes way more sense then. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. I have so many primos now. Lucky, lucky. Here. 292. You're welcome. I have 292. I'm saving up for Baiju. I'm saving up for Shenhe. And I'm saving up. I'm gonna get C2 Nana. I'm gonna try my best to get C2 for Nahida. Because it's really broken. And I already have C1. So hopefully I can get it. And then I'm gonna skip constellations on Baiju for now, but I will get cons on him when he comes back. Probably, hopefully. I'm gonna try my best. C2 Nana! Let's go! Why did that emote not work? Waku Waku? Waku Waku broke? C6? C6 Shenhe? Wait, really? What con do you have her on currently? The sun. I should probably start preparing to head off. You love that emote? It is very cute. It's a ayaya. Jargon, if you're gonna go for C6, why wouldn't you go for ayaya instead? You're mobile, so it probably decided not to work. Oh. You wouldn't get C6. Is it C6 or? Oh no, it's C2 on hers, insane. You like this? Oh, I love that emote. The huh? Huh? That's one of my favorite emotes. I need to find somebody to wade. Oh, I had... Yeah, what the fuck? I had a stream... I had my stream open this whole time. Disgusting. Imagine. You're getting C2 Ayaka for sure. She's already C1. Oh, shit! Very nice. Whoa, lots of people are still streaming? That's mad shit, yo. Good night for real this time? Yeah. I go good night also. Hooded. It is very the sleepies time for me as well. Also, I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. Not bad. Not bad. I wish it could be longer, but y'all know how it is sometimes. It do be like that sometimes. Freaking load shedding. It probably won't happen unless I get a good tax return. You feel frisky. What does C6 give her? Guys, can we raid someone that I don't normally get to raid? Or even see? I won't talk to you tomorrow since we used it up tonight. Yes. 100%. No one must speak to Hooded tomorrow. We're done with him. Because it's already today, tomorrow. His tomorrow's today, right? So we've already spoken. We've hit the quota for speaking to Hooded for his tomorrow, which is our tomorrow, which is his today. C6 removes the quota for her damage increase. Oh, I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. Sounds like something you'd have to be frisky for. Time-based instead of number of attacks. Ah. You had a suggestion? Oh, there was someone I wanted to... I mean, the person I'm raiding is not playing. We'll settle this tomorrow. That sounds like a threat. Get out of here, Hooded. Go sleepies. Did you have a raid suggestion, Yoda? I do have someone that I wanted to raid, but I can always consider them another time. Oh, Jesus, that's in caps. Christ on a bike. Orange apple? I don't know this person. Let me go have a quick look. Quick. Benetto is just avoiding a rock being thrown at his head. Let's raid a potato? No. I heard that they're stinky. Whoa! Who's this? Is this one of your friends? They're cute. Quick! Xiao main? Any sweet? Debatable. Questionable at best, you know? But you know what? I'm gonna follow him. Orange. They're wholesome? Blessed, okay. Okay, I'm gonna follow them, so I hope they don't perceive me, but it's fine, I will raid them another time. But I really want to go raid this person that I had already planned to raid. Just, don't have an alert, right? No, there's an alert! Shit! Okay, they're in the middle of a fight, hopefully they don't see me. Anyway, let's go. Let's go. We'll raid them another time. They do look very sweet. Because they're fruits. Okay, so... Raid. Guys, my power is going out soon. Stealth? I'm stealthy as fuck, man. Ain't nobody see me. Too distracted by the team fights. Could not perceive me. Okay, guys. You may know this person. You may have seen them around before. We are going to Aruna. She's a very sweet baby. She's also an artist. It looks like she plays a lot of like cozy games, like very chill games. She's very sweet. She's lovely. We love her. Grab that raid message. It's free. There's no pay to win emotes in it. Free message. But yes. Also, her VTuber is very, very cute. So please go shower her with love. Y'all know the deal. Take all the love in your heart, squish it into a ball. And then you throw that ball at her. Well, Hassan, why are you calling an ambivalence in her chat? Excuse me. Behave yourself. Alright, thank you all so much. This is a wonderful stream. I appreciate you all. Please be good. Please go drink water for me because I'm a degen and I'm not going to drink water. I'm joking. I'm going to drink lots of water. Be good. Take care. I will see you guys tomorrow. It is only Monday. We have the rest of the week to go. No more nodding. No, no, no. You've had enough. You've hit your quota of nodding for the day. Stop it. Enough. I'm going to give y'all cornflakes and then send you to bed. Goodbye. This is how you get money. Alright, bye guys. I just got the joke now because he's a doctor.